prices to rise, and at that time, governments would do all kinds of things. The English government would do all kinds of things with this money supply, but overall, it was an extraordinarily stable financial price situation underpinned by gold. But are you suggesting, I know some people talk about this a lot, are you suggesting a return to gold as the basis of future?
This will never happen.
Exactly.
This will never happen.
Good morning. Good
It'll
morning.
never happen.
Good morning.
Ever. So it's.
Good morning. Good morning. Sorry I'm a little bit late because of that guy right there. But I should have gotten up earlier. But we had a long walk this morning. He's a senior citizen now, and this is the first really nice weather we've had. So he wanted to get about, checking the sports pages around town. I can't find maybe I deleted it. Can't find there it is. Yeah, MMTLP Roberto's 458. And I did a video as I was walking. Let me just give you, here's MMTLP, down $2.45. That's to panic you. And this is the corruption of the American markets. It's the, and I'm sorry to say it, but it's years of banks donating to the Democratic Party. And then you get Gary Gensler, and I'm a Democrat. You get Gary Gensler, who's a Goldman Sachs shill or plant. So anyway, they don't do anything. So these computers come in. And just short. And what they're trying to do is panic you. Now, I would, before I finish even talking, I would go in and buy. Unfortunately, I bought the other day. I paid $5, and I bought higher. But I would be a buyer of MMTLP. This isn't financial advice, only you know your situation. But at under $5, it's just so cheap. But they're trying to get people to panic. And let me just give you the dates. Roberto. The dates on MMTLP. Today, December 8th, T plus 2 equals December 12th. Today is the last day you can buy the stock. This is the last day you can buy MMTLP to get the dividend, because December 12th is the record date. As a retail trader, you have to follow the rules. So you have to buy it today to be the owner of record on the 12th. Now, Gary Gensler's friends can all do all the games they want to do. They can do trades with each other, shorten up the settlement. But don't worry about all that. The system is corrupt. It's as corrupt as anything I've ever seen, maybe other than our elections in certain states or the whole. We need to go back to the basics of love. Let's go to Lukenbach, Texas. Waylon and Willie and the boys. This successful life we're living, it's got us feuding like the Hatfields and McCoys. It's 425. Stock is 425. So let me just tell you what I see your worst case situation as I would make the decision. But I've got Irish in me, and I also have enough of a fight that this upsets me. And I would right now, as I said on my video, I would be like James Dean in that movie. You want to come at me, I'm coming at you. And whoever swerves first. And the shorts right now, they got it down to 4 on 2 million shares. So you're panicking, maybe. It's on 2 million shares, all fake, just like Kurt Kramer, and you have the advantage of having watched what actually happens. But they have, or this next Bridge Hydrocarbon is a company, apparently, I shouldn't say NextBridge, I should say MMTLP, has an authorized, although I think some of it's treasury stock, 200 million shares. 200 million shares. There's 165 million shares out trading. So the shorts, in a normal situation, because they've been doing this for decades, and Gary Gensler and his ilk looks the other way, the shorts would say, your stock's at 4. Yeah, I tell you what we'll do. Of course, they come in, we're a money management firm and we have assets around the world and we have a long track record of helping companies just like yours. And look, we have a Frenchman like the Lynn Partners, Philippe Vallier, and he speaks several languages. And we have our CFOs from Korea. We're woke. We have women, Frenchmen from Canada, and our one Anglo-Saxon is a guy named Jeff Easton, and we manage money. Well, they've been on Wall Street all this time. They have reportedly less than $150 million on assets under management. It's not very successful. But what they do, what the Kramers do, what the Lynn Partners do, the shorts in MMTLP have done and are doing today. They're selling counterfeit, fake, non-existent, fraudulent shares because Gary Gensler lets them do it. And who does Gary Gensler represent? Hillary Clinton and Goldman Sachs. The Democratic Party and Goldman Sachs. So you're not going to get any help there. But where you can get help is take action on the opportunity that's before you on MMTLP. It's $4.24 now on 2 million shares. They have 165 million shares available for the private company of MMTLP. Reportedly, there's a short position above that of 80 to 260 million shares. The high number comes from Bird Lady Roller Pigeons, and there's another gentleman on Twitter that came up with a similar high number. So somewhere between 80 million to maybe as high as 300 million shares out there that these guys are counterfeiting. They're counterfeiting it today. It's $4.40 a share, 2 million only. So here's today, December 8th. It's the last day that the shorts can cover, legitimate shorts can cover, to own the distribution of NextBridge as a private company. What's going to happen on the 13th, MMTLP is going to stop, it's gone. What's left is this NextBridge Hydrocarbons, which owns the Ora Grande assets and the Hazel assets of what was Torchlight. There'll be no trading in NextBridge, no trading at all. So the shorts should be covering today, but they're not. And yet, they're not yet. Now, you could come up with a lot of reasons. Is the DTCC complicit? Has Gary Gensler called a meeting of all the criminals and said that we want to go after these guys? Has FINRA failed its job? Are lawyers for the shorts going to say, you didn't give us enough time to cover? Are brokerage firms just staffed with young people just out of college and it's all computerized? I don't know. You can come up with all sorts of scenarios, but I just want to brush that all aside. Just leave that all aside. What you're facing today is a trade at $4.40 a share. Today's the last day to buy the stock. I can't believe it's this cheap. The last day to buy the stock with that dividend, which is a distribution, 1-for-1, of shares in a new oil and gas company. So I think if you own it, as I do a little bit, or if you have some cash, I think a purchase today at 450 or a hold, what you're saying is this. Later today, there's going to be a margin call. Or tomorrow, after the buying from retail is gone, because retail can only buy to get the dividend today. That's it. But Friday and Monday, all these hoodlums can trade amongst themselves and organize, because if you sell tomorrow, you are selling your shares. This is like a hybrid. Normally that wouldn't happen. Normally, if you waited through what's called an X date, you would be entitled to your distribution and you could sell. But there is no X date in this case. So if you sell tomorrow or Monday, which I'm telling you, if you get the right price, you should. You would be without the next bridge distribution. So my guess is the shorts are trying to make sure there's no squeeze today. They're trying to get retail buying off the table so they can do their buying tomorrow and Monday. Now they have to buy, I gave you the numbers, let's just call it 100 million shares in the open market that in 1 or 2 days. I think the stock has the potential to go to $500,000, $600,000 or higher in that panic upward. But the other thing might happen is that these criminals all have a way to not cover. They're just gonna, they're gonna just keep shorting it and bravo it out. And it's like that, I don't know what car he was driving, a Mustang or something. It's the scene where they're driving at each other and you got to swerve away. The shorts are just going to go put the pedal to the metal. And so I want to answer, what's the worst case if you don't sell at all? If you just hold on and you have a loss in your trade and you're like, another bad trade, Lou, Bill, William, whatever, me. What a bad idea. Well, remember, it's the fraud. It's the fraud that's killing this trade right now. So let me tell you what you get. I don't have any charts. I had printed it out. It's over there. But let me tell you what you're getting in Newbridge. You're getting 140,000 net acres in what is a new field discovery that's been worked on now for about, I think, 15 years. They have drilled several successful wells, which when I first heard the story, that was not true. They've drilled both vertical and horizontal wells. There is some infrastructure there. Apparently, they're drilling a well as we speak. And what they believe is they've discovered and 140,000 acres is only part of this huge play. They think they've discovered, there's kind of, when the maps that I remember, it was like kind of 3 basins. What I remember is Permian, Delaware, and then the Oro Grande. Where I might be getting confused is the Delaware might include the Oro Grande, but just for the sake of illustration, there's 3 basins. The Permian, Delaware, there's the Central Basin Uplift, and then there's this moose patch stir that no one had success with when they were drilling back in the day. But what's changed, and it's not politically correct anymore, but what's changed is you can go down. 2 things have changed in Texas. They changed the rules about how you have to produce one zone at a time. You can now frack all the zones vertically and produce them all. So that's where they're getting a lot of large production. But the other thing that's changed industry-wide because of I'm having a brain freeze. George, I guess Murphy, oil and gas. Anyway, the discovery that you can drill down and then drill horizontally in a zone and then go down under high pressure and frack the formation with a proppant that both opens up the spaces in the zone and supports it with these ultimately supports it, these little minuscule hard balls. So the oil and gas flows more effectively. It's like a sponge. It opens up the spaces, and it also goes back into the rock further. Anyway, this really opened up a huge revolution in the United States technology, but it hasn't yet been applied in the Rio Grande Basin except for these initial wells. So the 140,000 acres that NextBridge Hydrocarbons has is just part of that whole basin. So if you're a major, and I used a name on my video today like Exxon, and you sold your entire, I might have gotten it backwards. I might have gotten it backwards now that I'm thinking about it. I did it so quickly. It was XTO that sold to Exxon. I got it backwards. XTO sold to Exxon at a nice price. I said it the wrong way on my video. So Exxon's there, but if you're Exxon, you can go in and buy this acreage from new NextBridge. And here's what I think they'd pay. It's 3.5 billion barrels in the ground. They'd pay stock and shares. They might do it at $5 a barrel in the ground. I could be way off, but because it's perspective. And I'm sure when I check your messages, some of you will say a different number. But at $5 a barrel in the ground for 3.5 billion barrels, $17.5 billion if you divide it, if you multiply that out. If you divide that by 165 million shares, you get $100 a share. So Exxon, if it's Exxon, can buy a footprint in this huge basin, and then they can set about acquiring other parcels of land. So what's in it for Exxon? Even if it is prospective right now, they can buy successful wells. I don't know if they're producing because I'm not sure the infrastructure is there, but they can buy a project that has had successful wells. They can tell the investment community, we're going to drill, this is our drilling plan for the next 5 years. We're gonna prove this up. And they can buy other acreage. That can be their main footprint. Then they can buy other acreage around. They can make it a world-class play. So it's in the benefit of Exxon or a major, other major, or an independent to buy this if they believe the story. And it's been out there a while. And so my point is, if you hold this into the private company, it's not going in the toilet, and it's not going in the dumpster. It's not going into, a black hole. You're holding it into a company who may be bought very quickly by somebody like an Exxon or maybe an Apache. And I'm mad at myself that I said it backwards on the call. I didn't prepare, and it's been a long time. Just a mistake of memory. But anyway, if you accept my very basic assumption, that's at $5 a barrel in the ground. Maybe it's only $2 they pay a barrel in the ground. Maybe they pay $10. Maybe they pay $25. I don't know. It's a negotiation. If you have another buyer competing, you might get a higher price. It'll be stock and shares if it's a public company, cash and shares. And then you have a JV partner, and you're off to the races. And the company's value, your shares in the private company, because you have a major budget developing it, those shares are likely to go higher, at least in the hype phase that might last 1 or 2 years of the project. Now, if it somehow is condemned, obviously the shares will come back down. But the shorts will have a really hard time shorting a stock that is a partner, that is Exxon. I mean, basically, if you're a private company and it's an all-stock deal, it's Exxon stock. I can't imagine a better company to own stock in as we go into these next years. If we have financial trouble in the world and the dollar collapses, Exxon sells oil. Oil is worth whatever it is, whether you pay lira or yuan or dirham or dollars. Oil will maintain its economic value, and so Exxon should do just fine, or whoever it could be. So anyway, I'll just finish quickly and then read some of your comments. I just want to get the thought across. It's 4:41. They're trying to scare everyone out. They're doing the same absolutely criminal behavior that Kurt Kramer and the Lynn partners do, in my judgment. And it's less than 3 million shares. They have to buy back the shorts, and the brokerage firms have to buy back as much as 200 or 300 million shares, but just call it 100 million shares that don't exist. They have to do that in 2 days. Now, it's funny, we all don't like conspiracy theories. We don't like conspiracy theories like, oh, the voting might be rigged in Arizona or in Pennsylvania. How did a guy get elected in deep red Georgia that is one of the most liberal senators in the country? That's all conspiracy theory. That's all conspiracy theory. Or conspiracy theories about died suddenly. Just Google died suddenly. I won't say anything more. We can't question why that's happening because that's a conspiracy theory. I'm trying to think of others that are on the other side of the fence. There was more than one shooter in Dealey Plaza. No, that's a conspiracy theory. Nixon won the election in Chicago. No, that's a conspiracy theory. So we're all ready to say conspiracy theory. Yet in this situation, MMTLP, GTII, CRTD, others, we're saying, no, those groups of brokers from Fidelity, TD Ameritrade, AG Edwards, Prudential, Merrill Lynch, Dean Whittier, the list goes on. Dozens of brokerage firms are going to all act in concert to screw you or to screw the public, and they're all going to commit this crime together with the shorts in MMTLP. And that's not a conspiracy theory? I think we have to shake all of that off and realize that it's really unlikely that all of these brokerage firms are going to conspire together without one of them breaking away, or two of them, or and so I know it looks, and it's now 444. That's a lucky number, somebody said. It looks dark, and as my friend in London said, it's always darkest before it goes totally black. It looks dark. But I submit to you that the brokerage firms are not going to all act in concert. They're going to, 1 or 2 or 4 are going to break away and say, screw this. We're going to cover our risk right now. We don't want to take the risk of going into a private company. and being short 25 million shares of $100 stock or whatever it's going to be. We don't want the lawsuits. We don't want to wait for DTC to pay us off. We're going to cover today, or there's a debate whether you have to do it all today. Obviously, the stock's saying you don't have to or not. But it looks like the SEC has set it up so they have a weekend to sort this. So Friday and Monday they can get it done. I think the stock still has a potential of a major squeeze either after 2 o'clock today, tomorrow, or in the afternoon on Monday. But worst case, if that does not happen, get out if you want to. I mean, maybe you rather have the $4.50 in your pocket. But if it goes into a private company and you get private shares 1 for 1, the risks at that time divide into, well, what if there's 300 million shares show up for 165 chairs, and you got to play musical chairs. I think that is the problem. That is what would happen. So then you say, well, not everybody's going to get shares in Newbridge. Not everybody's going to get shares in it. So then what do I have? I might risk having nothing. Well, I think the precedent is the Dole Foods story, whereby it's different here, though. Somebody took Dole Foods private. They were sued to say that the stock price is too low. And after the court decided, the court said, you're right, whoever it is, you owe all the shareholders extra money. So when they went to pay that extra money, 13 million more shares showed up than existed. And what happened in that case is the DTCC, which is massively one of the largest financial pools of money in the world, assets in the world, custodial, the DTC and all the brokerage firms that are on its board paid it off, just paid it off, paid those 13 million shares off, and they're gone. So what happens if you end up in the private company and let's say Exxon buys it for $100 a share and it's cash and stock? Well, I think, unfortunately, what will happen, either the DTCC will offer you whatever cash portion is and shares of Exxon, fraudulent, they'll be fraudulent, but they'll put shares of Exxon in your account. That's simple. They'll do that. That's easy. But how do they value? I guess what I'm saying is if they go the legal route and fight it out over 2 years, how do they justify taking the risk that the value of Exxon stock or the value of the asset underneath, the Newbridge asset underneath, goes up? So I think what they'll do is settle with you either for cash or for Exxon stock. I really don't think it's a risk to you that you'll end up with nothing if you go into the private company. So I'll just finish by saying your decision tree this morning. 1, do I want to buy the stock today because it's the last day to buy the dividend, which is a distribution of the Oro Grande assets. 2, if I'm in it, do I just want to get out now? They've driven it down. I'm down 35%. I just want out. That's a decision. Or 3, I'm just going to hold it come what may. I have my GTC orders in. If I get $500, great. If not, I'm holding it into the private company. So today's decision, the only decision you have to make today, the only one you have to panic about is, do I want to buy more to get the dividend? It's the only one you have to make today. You can sell tomorrow, you can sell Monday. So you don't have to have nerves in your stomach today about selling, particularly if you resign yourself to be willing to accept the private company. So you don't have to have panic today. The only decision you have to make is, do I want to buy more or establish a position? And I think just like when Kurt Kramer sells everything, it's on sale in aisle 9 right now. You know, attention all shoppers. But anyway, so that's the only decision you have to make today. That's the first step of your decision tree. Tomorrow, Friday, and Monday, you're going to have to decide whether, if the stock price doesn't go up a lot, you're going to have to decide basically 3 things. One, I just want to get out. I'm sick of this story. Sick of it. I'm gonna put this money into Cosmo. 2, I'm gonna sell 10% of my shares, 20% of my shares if the stock price goes up enough so I can take my original money off the table. And then I'll just leave the rest into the private company. Or 3, I'm just gonna ride it into the private company. And during those 3 decisions, you leave above the market, and if there's a spike, you get the nice price, you're out. And if it goes to 600, 800, 1500, you call up your boyfriend or your girlfriend and you say, we're going to go to St. Lucia. Shiny eyes. I met her in St. Lucia. Shiny eyes. So I see it as that. And I also believe that your money in the private company will become liquid fairly quickly. But if it takes 6 months, 9 months, from $5, if I'm correct, if my basic, and I don't think I'm far off. You pay $5 in the ground for the oil and the acreage. You have a joint venture, and you divide it all out. It's $100 a share. From $5, that's 20x from here. Is it going to be uncomfortable to have it waiting in? I'm almost convincing myself, but is it worth the inconvenience of being in a private company for 90 days or so? Maybe it could be longer, but I'm just making my assumptions. To get a 20x. Obviously, maybe a deal never gets done. Maybe, I'm talking in the cone of being business people here. Obviously, you can come up with all sets of risks, but I'm just saying straight down the highway, the most likely thing is this is going to be bought out. And the odds are, I think, somewhere around $100 is a starting point. And why you would panic out now? I mean, they've got you. This is horrible. I got that. I much rather be buying now than paying $7.25 that I paid. But I don't understand why emotionally, oh God, it's awful, it's down, or I'm down. Why emotionally it would make sense to close it out. I do understand if you have a better idea or you can't wait that long. I mean, I understand all that. But I want you to know that the private company has real value. It's not, I mean, there's risks, as in any oil and gas situation, but it's not $4.50 a share. It's not $10 a share. I really think it could be $150 or more a share. But so I'll just quickly summarize it. Today, your only decision is if you want to buy more. Tomorrow and Monday, your decision is, do I want to sell all of it? Do I want to take my original money off the table? Or am I going to ride it into the private company? And during the whole period of time, you have your GTCs up over the market. So whoever I was answering, I think it was Rodrigo, that is a really long answer. And I apologize to everyone else because we need to get some prices around the racetrack. MMTLP is now 450. Finger is up 2 cents, 415. Green in a sea of red. Let's see if there's any news announcements. No. CRTD is down 10 cents at 63. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So that's on sale too. They're just going to punish it. Just to say it, because it's down now 3 cents. Logic is 36 cents today. It was up yesterday. GTII is 78 cents, down 5 cents. That was when I looked before I started talking, that was 89 cents. You know, it's funny, that guy that kept sending all these videos to me, not videos, text messages, he said they'd get it down to 70 cents. He said they'd do that, and they did. CGRA is up 1.0175. I don't know what other quotes to give you. COSM. COSM is down 4 cents at 40 cents. And MMTLP is 453. I hope you guys are having a good conversation with each other now, because I certainly monopolized the floor. All right, I'm going to try to start from the beginning and see what I missed. Good morning, Shay, and good morning, Roberto. Good morning again first. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Well, all right, you guys. Good morning, good morning. MMTLP. Yeah, it was Roberto. Hi, Virginia. Hi, Cranova. Like, he did need a nice walk. It's incredible crime, actually, Douglas. And GTII. Yeah, I want to talk about GTII. Buenos dias. Buenas tardes. Good morning, Jack Tran. I'll give some thoughts on Cosmo, but I want to go to GTII first. OTIC, I traded it. I lost money. If it's up, I don't want to look at it, but I can talk about OTIC. Ken J, damn, GTI done. My money just vanishing. Thanks, Ken. That's the way that's written, I can't help but think that's just a short writing that. But if it's not, the fact is today GTII is not vanishing. It is down. It is down. And Jay Roach, I'm stuck like Chuck. So you two guys, I know. We'll talk about GTII here in a second. I double down, double down, double down, double down. What am I talking about? Sorry about that. I was talking about MMTLP. All right, Jack Tran, GTII, COSM, MMAT, why are all getting killed? It's coming to the end of the year. The fact that all of you all know so much is expanding around the country. There's a lot of heat on the regulatory bodies. Gensler's going before Congress, and I think there's a lot of losses. Anyway, a lot of losses. This phenomena that I think, to his credit, Lou was one of the first people to see, but there's a lot of people now on YouTube and elsewhere, this phenomena of over-the-counter stocks all bubbling up and stinging shorts is hurting prime brokers, and it's scaring the market. So I think this is an attack across the board to try to bring these pools of, it's not even, I hesitate to call them hedge funds. They're just selling non-existent shares, but they've got losses. And I think, and there's liquidity tightening in the system. I think it's a studied attack across the board to try to discourage you and the rest of retail, which is only 20% of the market. Do you know that? Retail now is only 20% of the United States stock market. It used to be the majority. It's now only 20%. So they don't really care about you. But they need your assets and your cash so they can pyramid the rest of the system. I think that's why it's under attack. And it might be that video from the guy, the courageous CEO of CRTD. They might be just trying to show that we don't care. We're gonna create this downward pressure to get rid of, to discourage retail. Because what Lou was doing was creating mini whales and moving them from idea to idea to idea. And that's the big rumbling giant. I should have put it up yesterday. Tora. Yesterday was December 7th. But they don't want to wake the slumbering giant and fill the slumbering giant with a mighty resolve. And so they want to crush it, nip it in the bud. I think that's part of it. But COSM right now is 39 cents. This is where it's traded. It's come down here before and then traded up. So not knowing enough about the story fundamentally, I feel remiss I feel it's not my place to give a comment on the fundamentals of COSM. I've studied a bit about it. The shorts are in there, but this just suffice to say, this is an area in the stock from which there have been bounces before. On the other hand, I watched one video, I forget the guy's name. He said, be careful if it breaks down, and true enough with any of these stocks. But this, perhaps in the short run, has come back to support. I forget the other one you asked. I'm going to look at MMTLP. That's down 265 at 434. And I'll look quickly at Finger, but I want to get to GTII. 413, flat. God, it's unbelievable. It's so cheap. And I want to get to CRTD, and then I want to answer about GTII to the guy whose money is vanishing, and to Stuck Like Chuck. CRTD is 67 cents, down 0.065 on 155,000 shares. I think that's going to be fine. That's under short attack, just to prove to Jeremy Frommer, don't you ever come against us. We'll destroy you. But in the last few days, the stock's been this low and then traded up. So I just like COSM, I think this is probably an area, at least in the short run, that it might bounce off of. Okay, GTII. I want to show you something, and I don't know how much I'll play of it. And I don't think he'll mind because it might bring more viewers to him. But today, I'm disappointed to see GTII come down as much as it has, although there were a couple of people who I might have reacted negatively to on this screen who said that GTII could go down, and I noticed it as well. I just didn't want to believe it. There was a little gap down in lower in the chart. But I want to show you something if I can find it quickly. Here it is.
Stopping by once again, this is ARCA coming at you with a GTII, technicals, raw price action, and statistical threat of analysis. Before we get started, please make sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, share the video with a friend so that you and them could consider joining our trading community in Discord called RCAB. With that said, let's go ahead and dive right in. Okay, so we're going to change the script. We're going to flip the script a little bit here because there seems to be a little bit of confusion as to what's happening within this price action here. Okay, so I need you guys to understand that when I'm telling you that this momentum indicator here, we're going to start with the statistics first, by the way. This momentum indicator here, stochastic momentum, which is proprietary to TradingView software. The link is in the description below if you want to go ahead and make an account and trade like me. But when I say that I've tested this, I've back tested particularly the stochastic momentum alone in the 3-day chart for GTII throughout the entire trading history. And I get this result. I mean, look at this. 11 iterations, 10 guessed correct. I'm talking about in guessing the direction of the asset in general. That gives us a 90%, so pretty much a 91% accuracy in telling us the direction of the asset. And I have been telling you guys that this is not ready. This is not ready yet. And you can see that it's pivoted towards the downside. Okay, now we pair this with BBWP, which is a volatility represented by this indicator, BBWP, right? So we are trying to meet a certain condition. We're trying to set a certain condition in order for us to make an upside move. So in other words, I've actually said this to somebody before, but in other words, we need to make sure that the toothpaste is on the toothbrush before we put it in our mouth to brush our teeth. Okay, so right now, the toothpaste is still in our hands, and we haven't put it.
All right, so he's like me. He's saying too much, but this is a guy called ARCA, ARCA, but he actually sees, even though it didn't sound like it right there, he sees and this is all right, I'll just say what I want to say because it's a long video. You can go back to it. He's actually believes GTI has a bounce in it coming. But the problem is it had a heart attack. And I can't, I can't believe, I can't imagine how you guys feel. Because while I'm talking, I'm not feeling it. But the damage that has been done in GTII by these criminals, and they are criminal, and your government allows it to happen. And putting politics aside, you got to call it where it is, where the corruption is. And it's just absolutely devastating. But anyway, here's the chart. I think I'll take a picture so I can show you with a couple of circles. I turned off the phone. Okay. All right, done. Save. Save, save, save. But I was going to come on this morning and tell you that I was optimistic for a bounce in GTII. So obviously, here's the guy's quote. Here, I just saw it. I saved it. I fear all we have done is to awaken a sleeping giant and fill him with a terrible resolve. Hirohito, or was it Yamamoto? Anyway, here's the chart for whoever asked about GTII. And the reason I circled those two yellows is that's the little gap. It's kind of not really a gap, but it is a gap. So they've come down to fill it. And it's really frustrating. So how much further could they go? I suppose, I suppose anything's possible. But I think that's almost done. That's almost finished. And I would suggest to you, let me take another picture. I would suggest to you, let me use a blue line, done. Let me use this, or a black line. I would suggest, or I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna try to tell you, this is really rough, and premature, I think. But if you look, not in the broader part of my drawing, I think I'd rather you look from here, from right there. That's setting up as a descending wedge. And those snap back very quickly. You can get rallies out of those sharp and rapid. And in this case, I think the first stop would be 179. And that's what I was going to come on and tell you about GTII, is that I really think, based on that guy's video that I've been watching for the last few days, and based on that the stock just seems stretched like a rubber band, and I think that the short sellers that have been in there, the opportunistic ones that have nothing to do with Kramer, I just think they're divvying up the loot right now. Then they're going to go away. There's no incentive for these guys that borrow money from the prime brokers. They have the computers, they have the hot girlfriends and the fast cars, and they come in and they trade off of the, all these Fibonacci's and, junk that show up on the computers. But it's all an algorithm. So they see this, when Lou started talking about Cosmo, no judgment, the stock was, to my memory, around 350. And immediately there's all sorts of back and forth. I'm not judging that either. And then maybe unrelated, the stock breaks the 50-day moving average. And that's when I think the computers that these shorts have, once it broke the 50-day moving average, maybe the computers brought in some of the Twitter back and forth and news as part of their decision. But the computers just started selling. And remember, because Gary Gensler represents Goldman Sachs, he allows counterfeiting of shares and looks the other way on stock settlement because Pat Byrne found out Goldman Sachs makes 75% of their income from the stock loan department. And Goldman is where they created that button, the F3, just to tell the market maker, oh yeah, sure, I lost my homework, but I'm sure I'll find it. I'll have it for you tomorrow, Miss Jones. So anyway, when it broke the 350 and came down in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just massive days, I think that was computerized selling joined in with the Kramers. I think it was triggered by the slow Thanksgiving holiday. I think it did not help that one of the major movers in the stock decided that it was time to move on and go to another stock. I don't think it was helpful that there was a lot of anxiety on Twitter about GTII simultaneously. And I, in fairness, I don't think it's helpful that the auditor works at her own little, bookworm pace and doesn't pay attention to how important it is to do a quick job. On the other hand, maybe she says it's better to do the job right than quickly, and I get that. So there was a lot of FUD. Let me just say, there was a lot of FUD, and I think the computers have a way of picking up on that and maybe augmenting it. So it broke 357 in the span of 5.5 trading days. The stock was just massively crushed. It was already down, as you know, but from 350, we're now at 77 cents. Just devastating. Well, in the middle of that, there was a rally in that white line. There was a rally on high volume up to $2. And then they drove it back down because they still have to divide up their loot and make sure each of them are paid. But somebody in there, or more than one, had a margin call or a stop loss order. They're just like you. They have emotions like you, and many of them are stupider, if that's a word, than you are. And so it went up to $2. Well, they got back to work on low volume, and they drove it back down a couple of days. Well, I guess 3. And then 2 days ago, it showed some strength. And I thought it was starting to show a turnaround. Well, they've come in here, and I can't give you all the patterns on candles, but they've come in here yesterday and today, and they've been able to sap the enthusiasm again. And I personally think what they're doing, that these collection of shorts, is they're bringing it down another 6-7 cents so they can cross trades, wash trades, block trades. It's all fictitious volume, so they can put 5 cents in each other's pocket. And they always need a lower trade to do that. I know there's whales buying. I know there's big buyers in there. They've shown up, and you can see it in the trading data. But the shorts immediately hit it with counterfeit shares. So I already know one of the questions you're going to ask. Well, they can just make it go down to 0. Well, look at this. Look at where they started. They started up here at 350. Well, they probably started over here. Over much earlier they started in here. But just in the narrow time frame, they started at 350 and just crushed it. Well, what does 350 give them? It gives them a lot of room to operate and a lot of reward. They can say from 350, we'll get it down to 179. And if we're lucky, we can drive it below 179 and get it to fill this gap down here, and we'll just devastate this. And sure enough, the jerk predicted that he'll get it to 70 cents. And called me a bitch and sent me pictures of his naked body parts, and he's a really nice guy. But anyway, he predicted it because he knows they're all a cabal. They're all working together to do it. But just so you know, to keep a short position for these hot hands, these hot guys open down here, or to establish a new one, what's the risk reward? They can make at best 70 cents to the downside. And the risk, just on that short picture I'm showing you, is in return for a risk of making maybe 50 cents or 60 cents to the downside. They're risking, just in this just short window, they're risking, maybe $3-4 to the upside, and the risk is infinite. No sane hot money short seller that's borrowing from the prime broker, hasn't more than three months money in the bank, is going to short this stock, establish a new position. They just aren't. And in fact, the hot hands are going to walk away. And that's why I think there's going to be a bounce in GTII. Unfortunately, I'm absolutely wrong this morning. If I had gotten on early, what I just told you is what I would have told you. And I'm wrong this morning. So, can it go lower? Yeah, I suppose. It's 77, 521,000, but I don't think so. All you need is the audit to be finished, news about not the upstream, not the dual listing upstream, but if the audit's finished, maybe the upstream news comes immediately thereafter about a digital dividend. That's all you need to get this on the road. And Kurt Kramer, I believe, I don't think he's here anymore. Or if he is, he's stepped away to let the other shorts do their work, so he doesn't have to put any more money at risk. But it doesn't right now feel like a Kurt Kramer operation. It feels like an operation of several short seller hunters, killers, that are out there working together like a pack criminally. And I think they're going to abandon the carcass soon. I think we'll have. I just got a message on an oil deal that I gotta. I'll call him after we're done. Anyway, I forgot who I'm answering. I am positive for GTII to have a sharp snapback to my initial target would be, of course, I've got to get more professional, but my initial target would be the $1 range, of course, all this clutter here. But when I say snapback, I really mean snapback. So I mean where this red line is, where it's $2, $187, $2. And I would imagine that it'll snap back one time, puncture two, come back, and then do it again, and maybe come back once, and then go, and then go. And then I expect you're going to get a rally. You're going to get a rally. I won't try to expand it, but you're going to get a rally up into this area. Sharp. And I think that'll be sort of 350 range. When it gets there, I can't predict right now. I think there's going to be a lot of people wanting to just take their money off the table. So it might go sideways for a while, or it might pull back a couple times. If it's the news about 1-800 law firm, or if it's the news about, hallelujah, it's the news about Trento Mines, if that ever happens, or if, trying to come up with another scenario. Maybe Kurt Kramer gets arrested or something. You could see it go right through that number too, the 350. It could go right through. If it goes through 350, and there, see, this is where I need Avid to tell me. But if you draw a line downward on that, the breakout doesn't have to be up here. It can be at that line. And right now, that's only around $2.50 to $3. So if you have a strong enough breakout on that descending line, if I got it right, if you have a strong enough breakout with high enough volume, we could be back to the races again. Because remember, with GTII, Kurt Kramer has sold more shares naked, as they say in parts of Texas. He has margin problems, but his margin problems are going to be even worse on the way back up. You've got the 1-800 law firm. You know that they're working on a digital distribution of some kind. You've got the potential of Trento Mines. You've got the potential, albeit I think the final process of it is probably 60 days away, of Upstream potentially coming in as a dual listing. I'm trying to think. I feel like I'm forgetting something. But you've got Ham and all the guys alongside it. Oh, you've got CRTD, even though that's also down now. You've got that guy going around on Wall Street, and the same investors are in GTII, the new ones, as CRTD. So I expect when you're not looking, there's going to be a sharp snapback at some point in GTII. I'd be foolish to tell you that it's going to happen tomorrow or next week, but it could. It could. So anyway, I'll go back and try to answer something. I'm sorry, I get off on these disquisitions, I think they're called. No, don't, Woody. I'm not, look, the reason I talked about MMTLP, I'm not telling you to buy it. In fact, the stock price, the reason I'm talking about MMTLP is several of you did buy it, and I think some people bought it because of me suggesting it. So that's why I'm following up on it. I'm not telling you to, you don't have to, there's absolutely no need to sell anything of these other stocks to buy MMTLP. Let me look what the price is. Because certainly the stock price is saying that everything I just told you is a bunch of horse manure. It's $4.59. So, Woody, I'm not saying rush into it. I guess I was pointing out today's the last day you can buy it if you want the private company. That's the main thing about today. If you own it, I wouldn't be panicked out of it. I'd rather have the private company than to sell at $4.50. That's the other message I was trying to get across. And I was also trying to say that you still have 2 more days to sell. And I was also trying to say the short squeeze could still happen this afternoon, tomorrow, or Monday. And I was also trying to say that if there's some trading upside in MMTLP, for those that have it, it might make sense to take your original money off the table if you want to ride in the private company. It's up to you. But no, Woody, I'm not trying to, what's the word? I can't think of the word. I'm not trying to get you to get out of something to get into MMTLP. I think of the ones you listed, you're in GTII, COSM, and let me see if I can find it. What you said. I'm probably not going to find it, Woody. So if I can't remember the other one, don't get mad at me. I can't find it, Woody. I can't remember your third. Let me see if I can. I know you said GTII and COSM, and there was a third. Was it CRTD or finger? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, Ham, Bill, Lou, William. Put me last for sure. I actually think the riskiest right now of the ones you listed, and I can vaguely remember the third, is COSM. But I, on the other hand, when I read all the scuttlebutt, it seems like there's this huge event coming. But I think the riskiest of the three you mentioned was COSM. But I'm not, if news comes that's so huge, that could snap back up. And remember, the company is trying to get to $1 to stay on the NASDAQ. And they want to get that done before January 22nd. So that's their extension. So there's a lot of reasons and a lot of effort that will go into getting COSM to get back over $1. So, and by the way, that on OTIC, what I know about OTIC, very little I know. It's a medical company down in California. They've got something like $40 million in cash. But it's a similar situation as COSM. And that was sort of the hot story for a while, although the shorts are trying to kill your enthusiasm, not just you, but across the whole OTC marketplace. They don't want this rumbling giant of retail to awaken with a firm resolve. They don't want that to happen. So they're trying to crush it. I think they're going to lose. I think because of you guys, you can't unsee what you're seeing. You can't unlearn what you've learned. And I don't think they can put this genie back in the bottle. So I think there will be a reckoning. And I think people are it's going to be ugly. But anyway, on OTIC, it was the same concept. Those guys are going to try to get the stock above $1. But I'm starting to think that theme, that meme, hate that word, that meme is losing some of its luster. So right now, I think your safest bet is in the three hamigos, the three amigos, the hamigos, the three ham horsemen of GTII, Finger, and CRTD. Why? Just to be as simple as possible. Each of those stocks have whales investing. Money. Not you, not me, money investing. And they have the same, is it avatar or is it the same, the same champion, the same knight in shining armor in the name of Jeremy Frommer going out right to the dragon's belly to fight the beast. And each of the stories have unique traps and situations that are going to cause the stocks to have catalysts. I forgot, on GTI, I forgot to mention West Christian. That's the other thing I forgot. So I think withdrawing to sort of safer harbors for a little while might make, just pulling back the reins might make some sense. A couple of stocks like MMTLP and I mentioned LGIQ that have which I'm not saying do right now. MMTLP, unfortunately, if you want to buy MMTLP, today's the last day. That's just the facts, Jack. But I think MMTLP provides a window where you might be able to get 10x, 5 to 20x in a private company, worst case, and it might take a few months or longer, but at least that nest egg is sitting there and it transfers tax-free and the exchange is tax-free and you're not trading it, so you can't lose it. So it's kind of in the back of your mind, you can set that aside and it's going to come down the road. But that's the last day. That's the only urgency on MMTLP. No, there's no urgency from me that you should get out of anything to do it. And in fact, you can say my whole theme, my whole idea on it is a bunch of hogwash and that I'm sorely deluded. You go ahead and say that. It's just the fact is today's the last day you can do it. That pressure is not coming from me at all. In the case of Logic, which I'll talk about later, not now, I'll do it on a video maybe. That's something that if you have some success, I believe there's a short squeeze in there, but there's also the potential for a 10x in a short period of time in something that's not under all this vicious, destructive attack, and a CEO that understands what's going on. So anyway, that's a couple of reasons why I even talked about any of those. But going back to you, Woody, I think your 3 stocks, I just can't remember the other one. Right now is a time, I think, for a couple of days anyway, to just focus on the 3 hamingos, the 3 hamsters, the 3 I don't know, the 3 hams, and kind of regain our bearings a little bit. But I admit I don't know much of COSM. And it's quite alluring. It really is. It distracts me because of its potential upside. But for me, I'm just going to... All right, let me go backwards because I think I missed a couple of questions. I'm so sorry. I'm going on so long. I'll try to be more concise. All right, Basamo, can you elaborate when the deal with MMTLP, when you have a chance? Yeah, sure. I did it to everybody's boredom, so I'll try to do it bullet point, and just trying to think. I might have, Basamo, I might have something here I can show you. But it's a maybe. It's a maybe. Okay, let me see. Wow. There's a lot. I was very active on this. All right, Basamo, you asked for it. You got it. Let me show you one thing here. And I've put these up from Twitter using the names so that the credit goes to the people that I've said it. This is Kitteridge. I guess there's a merger going on with 2 brokerage firms. Anyway, just quickly here, the point is, and I used to be able to understand the XY axis and all this kind of crap, but the real point is here, the narrowing of time and the pressure, you're going to get a move upward in a squeeze higher, as Kit says here, the probability of higher peaks, and it will be fierce. All right, let me get rid of that. I want to show you here. That's what I want to show you, Basamo. Right here, Basamo. Now, okay, hang on. Before I go into this, let me show you who put it up. Nope, I can't. This I got off of Twitter, and for some reason I didn't take a picture of the guy, so I apologize to him, and his name isn't here. But this is the timeline of the MMTLP. Today is in blue. You see it here. You see it here. You see it. I can't draw on this. It says FINRA dates on the left-hand side. On Thursday, December 8th, it says under position settles, MMTLP shares are able to be bought, sold, or held on this date on the top line. Second line, qualified. Final day to buy and hold convertible MMTLP shares, which will convert into NextBridge shares if you hold past December 12th. And then the rest of it doesn't matter. And then tomorrow, under the qualified, go to the red, ignore the rest for now, I want to be quick. MMTLP bought on December 9th, tomorrow, are not qualified for the NextBridge holding hydrocarbons or any further trading. Monday, at the red, same thing, bought on the 12th are not qualified for NBH. Tuesday, December 13th, top line. Okay, go back at the beginning, top line. Thursday, Friday, Monday, MMTLP shares are tradable. Tuesday, canceled, not tradable. All right, so Basamo, that's a timeline. Now let me show you, there's another, I think I have something else that shows you your decision tree. Otherwise, I'll give it to you. One thing I want to read to you, Basamo, is the press release. This is what Meta released yesterday, December 7th, 2022. Meta Materials announces FINRA has processed corporate action for the Series Preferred. You can see the stocks I was checking out over here. MMTLP, CRTD, Finger, COSM, and GTII, and MMAT. So you got a little insight into what stocks I was looking at. Okay, now let me show you what it says. I didn't highlight this, but it basically in the top, it announces, okay, Series A and all that, you can see it. But right here in the middle, right here, MMTLP shareholders with, Basamo, you have to really parse the sentence, the words. MMTLP shareholders with settled positions as of 12/12/22 record date will receive 1 share of NextBridge Hydrocarbons Inc. for every 1 share of MMTLP held on pay date of 12/14/22. So it's settled trades. And why that's important, today is the 8th. So if you buy today, it's T plus 2. And that's settled on the 12th. All right. Then it says purchases of MMTLP executed after 12/8/22 will not receive the distribution. Now here comes some more English language to confuse you. So purchases of MMTLP executed after today will not receive the distribution. Will not, of course, they just put a hanging sentence there. It doesn't have a subject. So it gives room, I guess, for legalese later on. But it says, will not be quoted X. No X dividend date. Normally, when you have a dividend, the X dividend date is the day before the record date. It used to be earlier, but now it's the day before. There is no X dividend date in this case. So you're not able to buy the shares today and sell them for whatever you can get tomorrow and still keep the dividend because of the X date. There is no X date. So what this paragraph, the best I can read it, means for a retail buyer, to get the distribution, you have to buy it today. But if you sell it tomorrow or Monday, you don't have the distribution because there's no X date locking in the distribution. And then this replaces all previous notice. So then let me see. This one here comes from Paul Gradis, and I tell you, a lot of his posts are excellent. But I'm giving credit to him for this, but then I'm going to remove it, and I'm going to go, Basamo, and show you in bigger screen what he put up. This was the last excerpt by John Berta, the former CEO of Torchlight. He wrote from Twitter Spaces, or he spoke from Twitter Spaces, I'm not sure. Carrying shorts over, they are not supposed to be able to do it. But if you do have enough money, you may be able to convince your broker to do it, which is my theory of what happened with the Series A to begin with. There were so many shorts. This is back when Torchlight merged into MMAT and had this Series A, I guess, or it was a different name at that time. But he's talking back then, several years ago, which is my theory of what happened with the Series A preferred to begin with. There were so many shorts that did not cover. They all thought the assets were worth $1 a share. We'll take the risk. Here's a bunch of money. Broker, don't worry about it. We got it covered. And then we'll find out a way to get out of this situation after the merger. In other words, paying you $1 a share if they were caught out. That's the mentality of the entire corrupt Gary Gensler system. The Goldman Sachs bought and paid for government, and the Goldman Sachs bought and paid for Fed, and the Goldman Sachs bought and paid for SEC, and therefore all the brokerage firms follow along those rules. That's the way out last time. The way out last time was just let it ride into oblivion. The brokers will just pay $1 a share to the clients, their clients that were left without a seat at musical chairs. Okay, then Berta goes on to say, when MMTLP started trading, that's when it proved my point, proved my theory on what the first paragraph. As far as this is concerned, this situation is concerned that we're currently in, it's really a lot different. Bird Lady, that she's the roller pigeons, mentioned, there is no CUSIP, and there will be no DTC eligibility. Even though we filed an S1, we are technically a public company because we have 64,000 shareholders. That's not a huge number of shareholders. That's not AMC. That's not Ken Griffinville. That's not GME. It's barely a blip in Wall Street. And you are required under the Securities Act of 34 to be a reporting company when you have over 300 shareholders. But we are a non-trading, no CUSIP, no DTC eligibility. Therefore, everything is going to be held at the AST. And I have to admit to you, as I'm reading that I can't think of what AST is. American Securities something Trust. I don't know. Anyway, and so on. And so they should not be able to carry the short. This is the key thing, Basamo. Everything is going to be held at AST. So they should not be able to carry that short position over the past, beyond the record date. And I'm saying that they should not be able to, because that is understood. I know. Anyway, you got my point. That sentence a little bit discombobulated. All right. So there's so much out there to show you. This one. This is what Interactive Brokers sent their clients. Interactive Brokers, by the way, the stock is now 497 MMTLP. GTII is 78.5. CRTD is 66.8. COSM. Now I would be a little worried about COSM. It's 0.378. Don't do anything based on my advice, but check out whatever Lou's telling you, or that guy Bill, or other technical sources. Check those all out. But based on what I read from or heard from one technical guy I trusted, the YouTube video was entitled something like COSM Bull Warning, something like that. To my memory, he said if it broke down from around 39 cents, I could be wrong. He might have said 37 cents. So, and by the way, I'm not telling you to sell. I'm just telling you to do a little more research and get comfortable that it's okay to hold right here. Because one of the guys said it could go back down to 17 cents. And right now you've got a double from when Lou told you to get in. But please don't do anything based on what I'm saying. What I'm suggesting is go check some of those other sources who know what they're saying about COSM. It might snap right back from here, just like I'm saying GTII, I expect to. So, but certainly with COSM, just like with GTII, it's going to take time to work through this come down, unless there's a major new buyer, or unless there's just huge news, absolutely huge news. And that's what's out there. Anyway, all right, Meta Materials, Interactive Brokers. In the middle there, record date for this dividend is December 12th, and it will be distributed on the 14th. Meta Minerals intends to cancel the shares immediately after the spinoff, and the shares of NextBridge will be non-transferable, non-tradable. Shareholders, it says here, should account such and such be in a borrow position. In other words, a short holder after the close of business December 8th, you will be short a security for which there is no market to cover. In addition, there is potentially no market to cover moving forward. At this time, the only way to avoid this is to cover your short position. Long holders, should the owner of record past December 8, you will own shares of NextBridge Hydrocarbons. I guess it must say should you be, or the account be. You will own NextBridge that are non-transferable and non-tradable. The only way to avoid this is to sell MMTLP at any time prior to the market close on December 8th. This is what Interactive is saying. If shares of metamaterial are sold after December 8th, but prior to the cancellation date, sellers, you, will be responsible for coordinating title ownership to the new owners. So it becomes a non-standard settlement outside of the settlement system. It's my understanding that brokerage firms will help coordinate that settlement. It'll just take a couple of weeks. All right, so Basamo, I'm trying to answer. I know you probably want to hear the story more. I'm trying to give you some of the background on the timetable. This is an interesting one. This is from Tony Terrence. And he wrote up, he put up his shares, that's the sell orders he put in for MMTLP. He has a sell order out there to sell 70 shares for $50,000 a share. He has a sell order out there to sell 100 shares for $40,000, 100 for $30,000, 100 for $20,000, 100 for $15,000 a share, 10 for $10,000 a share. So I put that up to show you that I'm not the only one smoking something. Do you hear my boy? Do you hear my boy? Here's, he's such a good boy. He's fighting the Kramers for you in his sleep. All right, so here's a calendar and the corporate action summarized, and it might give you, Basamo, a better framework in your brain to see what's going on, or everybody's brain. Today is December 8th. Buy, sell MBH. The 9th, you can buy and sell MMTLP, but you can't, you're not going to be able to own NBH tomorrow. On the 12th, you can buy and sell MMTLP, but you're not going to be able to get NBH. At midnight, I want to hug him. Oh. At midnight on the 12th, MMTLP is canceled. And by definition, on the 14th, which is the distribution date, I wish I could hug him. NBH, non-tradable. All right, down here is the notice. Effective date, the exchange. MMTLP shareholders will, with settled positions as of 12/12/22 record date, will receive 1 share of NextBridge for every 1 share of MMTLP held on pay date of 12/14. Purchases of MMTLP executed after 12/8 will not receive the distribution. So that's what we already went through, but that's the official notice. I'm trying to find one of these that helps you see the story from another person's perspective, not just mine. Let me see what this says. Somewhere I have the largest shareholders. Okay, here's a guy, Snorreef, Jeff Irons. You will also often see this on stocks when the reported float is greater than the number of outstanding shares. It is clear indication of synthetics. Every float number I have ever seen for MMTLP is greater than 165 million. Here are two examples. It's hard to read the one on the left, so we'll just look at the one on the right. They show a float of 319 million shares. There are only 165 million shares. So how the hey can you have a float, not shares outstanding, not shares authorized? How do you have a float that's essentially almost double the number of shares? The only answer is the criminals. It's the only answer. So Tony, this is another guy, MMTLP. Most brokers don't want to be bothered, so they are forcing shorts to close by 12/8. And that's why you might see a trade today in this stock up to prices you won't believe, but it hasn't happened yet. Most brokers are telling longs they will get NBH, but they can sell before if they want to cash out. 12/8 could result in a forced closing of shorts, buys, near the end of the day. This is from, on Twitter, this guy, Tony. And down here, thank you. What has changed today that some folks are saying it'll drop to 3 or 4 tomorrow? I'm expecting it to shoot up to 10. So that's what happened in the morning. Veer points out something that just happened, and he's right. Let's see. What else can I show you? I'm kind of randomly doing this now. MMTLP, first worry. I feel comfortable now. This is from Just Diamond, Sean Johnson. What does it mean for you? You will no longer be entitled to a distribution if you sell the stock after the record date, but before the distribution date. In this case, the seller would be obligated to pay any received cash or shares to the buyer. So the point is, there's a guy on YouTube suggesting, making a mistake, that you can buy MMTLP today, sell it tomorrow, and you'll get the distribution. He's not correct. And okay, this is John Berta from yesterday, and it's dated on, you can see it, 9:39 p.m. John Berta. This is one of the largest shareholders, along with McCabe, and he says the DTCC has not given any brokers notice, it seems. This is obviously wrong, and our attorneys are looking into why they have not. What he means is it's wrong that they haven't given the notice. So John Berta, parenthetically, and the other two holders of stock are not going to sell shares before either $500 or $600 a share. They are so frustrated. They are so to their bones offended by this absolute criminal financial system that they just refuse to sell until the stock gets over $500. They'll all be billionaires if that happens. But they would rather go into the private company and tell the shorts, Yop tu vayu mats. All right. Let's see this one. All right. Snorfy here. MMTLP, this goes to you, Basamo, a little bit, represents I'll start again just so you hear what I'm saying, because I muffed it a bit. This goes to the heart of the story of MMTLP. One share of MMTLP represents a share of an oil and gas asset of 3.2 billion barrels of oil and half a BCF. No, I guess it's more than that. 500 million barrel of oil equivalent of natural gas. So it really adds up to about 3.7 billion barrels of oil. So Meta support channel with this picture of whoever it is, lovely. Everyone's freaking out about the price of MMTLP. Why? It's only a placeholder for another company. Sometimes you buy that placeholder for $12. Sometimes you buy it for $3. It'll go away anyway. It's not the true value. And so this guy up here pointed out what the value represents. All right, let me okay, so John Doek puts up important for MMTLP shareholders. If you're holding for NextBridge shares, you must be registered with AST before Friday. It's the transfer agent is AST. I'm going to take this down because I haven't confirmed that. I think that's FUD. And I put this here for myself because I want to make a phone call in, and I'll let you know what I find out. But I don't think that's true at all. Okay, this is Snorreef. He's amending this. If retail realizes NextBridge is worth 10 times, wow, he's got the same number I do, 10 times what MMTL price today is, tomorrow is the last day for a 10-bagger paid in a few months, which, by the way, once it's private, the shorts can't screw with it. So unlike any other trade you're in, there can be no compromising on the way to your horizon. So you won't have any short selling. So anyway, it's worth, if retail realizes that the private company is worth 10 times what MMTLP currently is, tomorrow is the last day for a 10-bagger paid in a few months. And if retail starts to buy, and the algos, that's what's happening this morning, the algos, the computerized short selling, are turned off. And if margins calls get starting to hit, there's a chance for a parabolic event tomorrow. And it would start obviously after the margin call, maybe 2 p.m. He says it's an unpopular opinion. Retail shorts are being forced to close today, will not force a squeeze. It will be institutional shorts closing on the 9th and the 12th that will. That was his first opinion. And I think both of his opinions are correct. And that's the tension that's going on right now, Basamo, in everybody's thought process. And I think, oddly, I think your downside in this situation is up 10x, or 8x, 12x. All right, let me see what I got here for you. That's another brokerage firm's way of saying the same thing. And I'll give credit to that guy who put it up. That was from Tony S. And I'll read what he said. close of business December 8th. If you haven't covered, you will be short a security with no market to cover. The only way to avoid this is to cover your short position. Shorts must buy to cover their short position by December 8th, 4 p.m. Today. Basama's getting more than he wanted and maybe nothing that he wanted. This is from Tony again. It's normal trading through the end of the day today, normal settlement. After today, it's going to fall to whoever sells to coordinate with the buyers. We already covered that, but it's from another source. And it might help you to see it from another source. Oh, this is a stock that came up. That's something that might be worth looking into later on, but I'm not going to focus on that. All right, Tony, there's a video about a mother of all squeezes, and he comes up, I guess he made it. He made a mistake, so he's correcting it. The mistake is that the shorts cannot cover in cash. The shorts must deliver next bridge hydrocarbons to the broker-dealers. So John Berta made this point after seeing this video. And so I want to emphasize to you how serious John Berta and the other two close insiders are about they're not going to take malarkey from anybody. They are going to force the shorts to deliver next bridge hydrocarbon shares, private company. They're not going to be able to do it. So what's most likely to happen today, later, is a squeeze. But if it doesn't happen, the SEC has set it up so there's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday for all the back offices to try to come up with a solution. But I think that solution is going to be, okay, Basama, let me say it differently. The boo birds will say, oh, they going back to conspiracy theory. It's so interesting that the vast amount of the population will say, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy theory. But in this case, they're relying on a conspiracy theory that to have their FUD, to have their worries, that all of the brokerage firms are going to act in concert. Well, that's a big conspiracy theory, and I don't think it stands up. But what John Berta is saying, in other situations, the brokerage community has been able, like with Dole Foods, to settle this for cash. And John Berta is not going to let it happen this time. Ain't no way, Jose. Ain't no how. Is there a name? Ain't no how, pal? It's just not going to happen. So this is a hard situation for the brokerage firms. And I think it's going to lead to lawsuits and massive payouts, which will redound to your favor if you're in the private company. Okay? In my opinion, I should add, in my opinion. I already did that one. Here's this one. Okay, here's Bird Lady Roller Pigeons, who deserves enormous shout-outs. If there's anyone who deserves an award for sticking up for the retail investor, it's John Berta. He's a rock. I would agree with that. Okay, I already did that one with you. Did that. All right, let's see what this is. Okay, so some guy, you know a guy. SoFi, I don't know who SoFi is, some brokerage firm, just called me back. Man on the phone said they have received the corporate action. However, they are awaiting the DTCC for guidance on how the shares for NextBridge are supposed to be distributed. They also stated that they were also unclear if they were going to remove the sell button on the 9th or the 12th. The man said he'd call me back. Based on this, I'm assuming that most brokerages are in the same boat. They are awaiting guidance from the DTC. So that was it. Can you see the date? Yesterday at 6:05 p.m. Now, he might have been in California, but the point is the algorithms and the shorts can play. Now, if you're a brokerage firm and you're really wary of being sued, you're going to wait, and you know this could go to legal. You're going to wait till the DTCC tells you about the situation before you start buy-ins. So that, to me, the fact that the DTCC did not notify brokerage firms yesterday, or it seems by this they did not, that in big reason is why the buy-in didn't happen yesterday. And if they're notifying them today, the brokerage houses deserve a courtesy call to the other side of the unsettled trade before they buy it in, although the contracts say they can do it at any time. So this morning might be a flurry of phone calls, and tonight, this afternoon at 2 o'clock, might be the buy-in. Oh, that's the guy. You know a guy. You know a guy. All right, this comes from this Paul T. gentleman who I find quite credible. He points out this is not correct. You can sell up to 3:59 p.m. on December 12th. If you want NextBridge shares, you must complete your purchase today. If you sell after that, you will not get the shares. So that just from another person, it gives you a little more research confirming some of the stuff I'm telling you. This guy, Tony Burnett, I'm surprised MMTLP didn't rip today. No S. Sherlock. Paul T, MMTLP 25? Are you crazy? Is that what you think? Are you out of your mind? Are you from Mars? So he says, MMTLP $25, that's all you think the short squeeze will go to? You are in for quite a shock. All I can say is, buckle up. That's Paul T, a guy you can follow on Twitter yourself. He is enormously credible. Okay. I did that one. Let's see. Basamo, I'm trying to answer this. Here is Paul T again. The hedge funds don't have T2, T plus 2 to consider. And this is an important thing when you think institutionally, why aren't they buying today? They are buying back borrowed shares, quote unquote. Hedge funds don't own them. The shares are being returned to the original owners. The synthetic shares are owned by no one, but the books must balance. As such, the hedge funds must buy back all shorted shares. So, 2 parts about this, Basamo, to digest. One, to understand, I tried to do it with my example of grandmother's stock account yesterday. But to understand the fraud that's going on in Wall Street, and it's these greedy guys and women, they set up a stock loan department, Goldman Sachs. They have valid shares They lend those out. Then those shares are in somebody's account. They lend those out. And then those shares are somebody's account. They lend those out. They also can expand the number of shares right out of Goldman Sachs by selling fake borrowed shares, because Goldman Sachs has that F3 button. They look the other way. They make the profit. So that, to use my example yesterday, grandma's account suddenly turns into 20 accounts. That's what he means by quote unquote borrowed shares. They're all fraud, to put non too fine a point on it. They're all fraud. But the books must be balanced. And then he says the hedge funds have to buy back the shorted shares. Well, going back to what I just showed you before, the hedge funds probably can work that out over the weekend, but it's going to be an auction system. It's not going to be a bunch of people sitting in Kamala Harris's conference room and politely coming to agreement. It's going to be an auction. It's going to be panic to the upside when it happens. All right, I only saved this. If any of you know this TGS trades, but this was showing that there was still shorting yesterday. I don't want to spend a lot of time on that. Let's see. I don't have too many. Paul T again. I had Paul T again. Just to give you the basis for some of the numbers I gave you before, there are only 200 million shares of preferred authorized. You can't change that designation with the state. Even if the shorts, the brokerage firms, wish to buy shares of MMTLP, which would turn into NextBridge, the company could only sell 35 million to them. If that were ever to be the case, there's 165 million shares out there right now. There's 35 million shares on the corporate shelves right now. If the corporation were to sell 35 million shares, that's all. Number one, that's all they can sell to the shorts. They can't sell them 265. So the shorts would still have a problem and the brokerage firms would still have a problem. But remember, John Berta and McCabe and the other guy, I forget his name, they're so PO'd on all this over the last 7 years, they're not going to sell that 35 million shares to help this problem. The company, MMTLP, is going to let that just disappear into the private company. Secondly, if they were to sell these 35, it would create a taxable situation. So the MMAT and MMTLP they don't want to do that. So if someone came to us, notice Paul T is saying to us, so he might be associated with the company, and said, hey, I'll buy 35 million shares from you at $50 a share. This is the Kurt Kramer model of destruction. Well, that becomes a taxable event for the spin out and destroys the whole spin out. So it's not going to happen. There are no new shares that are going to come rescue anybody. So when they sit over the weekend, there's no rescue. It won't happen. It can't happen. So that will go out the window. And then, lastly, let's say that this thing plays out and the stock trades, for example, it goes to 100 a share. And that's the last trade. Then all of a sudden, NextBridge gets a knock on the door from 5 brokerage houses saying, I need to buy 50 million shares. Well, they have the ability to sell them the shares at that point. But you have to remember who is involved in NextBridge and who is the largest shareholder of NextBridge. That person is Greg McCabe. And trust me, Greg has a disdain, and it stops there, for what's happened over the last 6 or 7 years. Maybe it's here. Maybe it's here. And trust me when I tell you this, down at the bottom. Greg has a disdain for what we had to go through for the last so I guess Paul T's part of them, for the last 6, 7 years. And that runs as deep or deeper than mine. Not only will it be a hell no, but it's a hell no. And here's the lawsuit for all of the F****************************** you caused us in the last 7 years in bold print. There is no way out. There's no agreement that is going to happen in the dark places that's going to rescue the brokerage firms, the DTCC over these next 4 days. All right, I made a chart. I already showed that chart to you. So luckily you won't have to see this. Let's see what this is. Gary D made a good point. For MMTLP and Alberta, NextBridge is no longer fail-safe for buyers after the 8th. This will decrease the number of new players joining the squeeze, and some brokers may turn off the buy button. These are excellent points. What restrictions did they have while shorting? Can legal review? His first 2 points are excellent, and I think his last point is they didn't have any restrictions while they were shorting. But I personally liked that. Let's see what this says. Crappy cat trade options. And I put this up just to play the other side. The amount of delusional traders thinking that MMTLP will squeeze to these points of 100 to 800 is just crazy. You really think the hedge funds holding this short don't know what they are doing? It will most likely just dump in price as people sell off to not get the spin-off. So what I'm trying to tell you, Basamo, if you buy it or if you're already in it, this fudster here, he might be right. And whenever you put out high numbers, it could be crazy. But I'm trying to put out there that the last sentence, people will just likely dump the stock to not get the spinoff. That's a complete misrepresentation of the situation. I know that I've just read to you what the insiders, how they feel. And maybe I have here, that's what I'm looking for, proof of that. But I think that's a bad assumption that people are just going to dump the stock. All right, this is rare deals here. Because if the estimates for the number of shares are close to being accurate, combined with the 30% of the float determined to transfer the extra, the people that don't have a place to sit, into NBH, there aren't enough shares for them to close. That's my understanding, at least. I might be, okay, here. If anything, Kyle says, this MMTLP scenario can call them to account. Since there's a fixed number of NextBridge shares, and John Berta says it will be tough luck if they come asking later, then they will have to account for any shares out there entitling people to NextBridge beyond 165. Exactly, Mackley. Exactly. That is the issue. So, I might have, no, here, what's this? I told you about that. All right, so Basamo, that's a long, I haven't even answered your question yet, probably. I just want to see what this is. Okay, this is Aaron. This is Aaron, put up a chart. He said, trust me, no one has actually sold MMTLP. It's all short attacks. And you can see where he circled in red the short attacks yesterday. And I think it's pretty, and Hastro said he sold his. Good for Hastro. So it's pretty good to see that people tracking it confirm that it's just machinations by the short sellers. Ramen soups, MMTLP, better break this down on space. FINRA guidelines, tricky. We've already discussed that. It was interesting when I put it up, but it doesn't interest me now. All right, Johanna Alvarez says, tomorrow will be a volatile day. This she put up at 9:01 p.m., 12/7/22. Johanna Alvarez, tomorrow will be a volatile day. Drops to $3, $4 and spikes. Do not be scared. Do not sell cheap. Next bridge is your stop loss at $45 to $140 non-tax event estimated per share. Make shorts pay far more. Good luck to all. So this is not a kooky guy. This is a young woman giving the same advice. Your stop loss by buying MMTLP is up if you believe the valuations of the private company. So that's Johanna Alvarez, and I appreciate her point. I appreciate her point. Here's Uncle Smokey Stock Trades, and I recommend him. I am starting to see brokers send letters to holders. There is going to be specific language, blah, blah, blah. Call your broker for clarifications. But there it is. If you sell shares of MMTLP after today, you do have to give up your distribution. It just gives you another person confirming that, because that's an area of confusion. This is the last one I'm gonna read. MMTLP is selling right now for $4.41. It got as low as $4. He says, good luck to everyone tomorrow. If you hold past 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, you have narrowed your options to 1, own shares in a company you were not supposed to be able to buy, which is, his point is, that's good news. You would have no access to buying into an oil and gas company at a pre-IPO or a pre-merger valuation. You're able to get in on the ground floor of a private company without the markup. Retail doesn't usually have an opportunity to come in at the mezzanine or even the basement level of an oil and gas deal. So that's a really important point. 2, your next option is you hope that Friday or Monday the market gets crazy and you can't help but sell. Otherwise, you hold into the company. And he said it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. All right, so Basamo, I'm sure I didn't answer your question, but that's about as thorough as I can be about the opportunity. Basically, the private company is 140,000 acres of net lease in a new field discovery, the Oro Grande Basin. There used to be a lot of skepticism, but there's now some proof as to this I'm trying to get that sun out of there. I don't know. Anyway, there's some proof that the oil is there in some people's eyes. So the 3.5 billion barrels of oil, this last thing I'll say, by my calculation, is if you take 3.5 billion barrels, you assume a big boy is going to buy it, the big girl, they're going to pay $5 an estimated barrel of oil in the ground. That gives you almost $20 billion in purchase price, which will probably be cash and stock, and it'll have to be a big company. If you divide it by the 165, you get around $100 a share. Now you could quibble with my $5, rightfully. Maybe it's only $1 or $2 they want to pay, but you could equally argue they'd be willing to pay more, because it establishes a position because if it works, the Oro Grande Basin is much bigger than 140,000 acres. Anyway, so Basamo, that's my answer. MMTLP is 440. CRTD is 73 cents. GTII is 78 cents, down 5. COSM is 37.88, down 7. It hasn't accelerated at all, so this might be a support area. Please check. Finger is down 19 at 394. CGRA is 10 cents, down a bit, a smidgen. MMAT, which is the parent company, is down 16 cents at $1.89. There's options, and that's supposedly could go to $20 or $30, but I'm not focused on that because that's more of a trade. In the case of MMTLP, your backstop, as Johanna put it, my way of saying it is your downside is upside. Your downside of buying MMTLP, if you buy into what several people and myself have described as a low entry price point into a private oil and gas company, you're coming in at good old boy valuations. Good old boy. You're not coming in at, hey, I've got a deal from you. I'm from Merrill Lynch, and this IPO's coming, and if you don't do it right now, somebody else is going to buy it. I want to put 100 shares in your IRA. Is that okay with you, sir? Okay, fine. Thanks. Good for talking to you. Hi, I've got 100 shares of you're getting in at the ground floor. So your downside, I think, in MMTLP, if you hold it into the private company, is upside. In return for that, you get the chance, if there's a squeeze between now and Monday afternoon, you get a chance to sell. And of course, the return for it for many of you that bought it over the last few days, including myself, higher, and are looking at it today and have all these other stocks, you can say, oh God, I'm sick of it. I don't want to do it. I'm losing money. The stress part of it is you might sell it for less than you bought it for today or tomorrow or Monday, just because you're just sick of it. So that's a risk. But in my judgment, if you hold it into the private company, I've already given you my number. I think $100 a share is an entirely reasonable buyout number for NextBridge as a private company. It could be a lot higher. Of course, it could be lower, but I think it's not going to be $5 a share. And listening to, I just read to you some of the it's not really vitriol. It's just the venom maybe that these guys feel towards this situation. They're not going to sell their private company inexpensively. So I think your risk, it's a nice risk reward for a punt. Let me go back to GTII. 78 cents, down 4. Let me go to, I'm trying to think of the stock that LGIQ is down 5 cents at 34, just to be fair. The stock that Alicia asked about yesterday, I think it was COSM maybe. CNLV, I think it was. CNLV. There is no such thing. CLNV. Yeah, that's it. CLNV is down just a tiny bit at 0.0385. All right, so I'm going to do my best to not be rude to you guys and answer some questions, because I've been... All right, I'm just going to... Maybe I'll just start. What's paying? Darn it. Serious question. Who's paying? I didn't see the rest of that. Who's paying MMTLP? I'll answer what I think you're asking, and I'll try to go find your question again. Who's going to pay? Ultimately, if a prime broker goes down, you guys are going to pay, the taxpayer. But who will pay in the interim is the DTCC. All right, I'm going to go backwards because whenever I go up there, I lose control. So I'll go backwards. Would it be advantageous to buy MMTLP in your Roth IRA? Yeah, it'd be fine, Jay Roach. It'd be fine. What they'll do, they'll notify you that of the conversion, and then you own a private company in your IRA. They won't value it. There might be some squawking from your brokerage firm that they don't want to hold a private company. But in my opinion, and now I'm saying something that's speculation, I think the Oro Grande project is already sold. And so I don't think it's going to take long for there to be a corporate event on the other side of this that your brokerage firm will see. I'm making this up, of course. No one knows who it is, but they'll see for every 100 shares of Oro Grande, you're going to get 1 share of Exxon, for example. And then all of a sudden you have a public traded company again. So I don't think it's a bad strategy at all to do it in an IRA. And in fact, if I'm right about the returns within a year, you could sell it and you don't have to pay taxes on your gain. So no, I don't think it's a problem at all. They'll take your order now. They'll sort it out later on. Now, if you have a problem, later on, I'll work on that. I don't want it, but there's a bank in Texas called Happy Bank. There's a bank in Chicago too. There are places you can hold self-directed IRAs, but let's not focus on that right now. You can buy it in an IRA. Oh, over Macho Grande Spina, yeah. Yeah, it's all opinion, I'm saying. It's all opinion. I think it's a deep discount on it. Carhartt, Ham says over 100. Williams says 350. Well, okay, Carhartt, GTII. The question I was answering Carhartt on GTII is what could it do in the short term? So my opinion on GTII is let me state this carefully. In the short term, I think it's going to see a little I think it could snap back very quickly to $2 around, and it'll have a bouncing effect there to try to break through. Won't take very long. And then I think it'll run up to try to test 350. And that area might need a little bit of working out because there's so many people, if you look at the chart, that bought higher or bought around that range and might just regurgitate shares. But let me be clear to you. Once it gets through there, Carhartt, I think GTII will go to 100. I never heard Ham say 100, by the way, as a number. I heard Lou say that. But I've heard Ham say higher numbers. But let me say that clearly. Anything that makes GTII go to 100, in my judgment, means it could go to 1,000. And in a spike, believe it or not, because the Kramers have just made it worse, it means it could go to multiple thousands of dollars in a spike. It could be HKD or Volkswagen on steroids. So just to be clear, Carhartt, the question I was answering was about the extremely short run, a week or two, 3 weeks on GTII. What's going to happen now? What's going to happen now? Everything set up for the squeeze in GTII is better today than it was when you got involved, better than when I got involved. Kurt Kramer has dug his grave deeper. Their whales are in there. We're closer to 1-800 law firm. We could have one or two of the upstream events. The dual listing will be January, February, I think. And then it may be a dual listing distribution of a coin. We could have Trento Mines in there. We've got Wes Christian, who has been hired to go after naked short selling. They just hired another group to go after the time and sales. So Carhartt, please, you take one part. I know I'm long-winded and go on and on and on, but you take one part of what I said, which was an answer to a specific question about, can this go lower? What do you see happening right now? And you turn it into, Ham says 100, William says 350. Anyway, I know I might be overreacting. I don't want to, you might have had legitimate confusion. I hope I cleared it up. On the other hand, you might just be trying to sow confusion. Lou can definitely be back. And if Cosmo works back, he'll come back on a parade. I see what you did there. Do not clip people's comments. It's theirs opinion. Why doesn't GTII do a share recall? Okay, I'll answer that, but not right away. The only thing that fears the bag of donuts. I see what you did there. You see what I did there. All right, Carhartt, thank you. So your question, I can't tell you, Carhartt, how many, so it wasn't FUD. So thank you for the question then. Thank you very much. Yeah, all price action depends on how long retail holds. That's an interesting point in the case of, particularly in the case of, and remember, one of the reasons I've called MMTLP to you guys is it's going to be a case study for what we do with GTII. It's going to be a case study. And we're going to see, I can't know how to get rid of that sun. We're going to see how the system responds. And Linares makes a really good point. In the case of MMTLP, 36% of the shares are held by those three guys. And I couldn't find it and I gave up. But they've already put out that they intend to start selling, not their whole position, start selling. I can't remember if it was $500 or $600. But they don't intend to sell anything until it gets up to that level. And by the way, this Oro Grande field at $5? At $5? Now? That's $100 a share? What if they prove it up? What if they prove it up and they're able to get $50 a barrel in the ground? Because what you have is you always have the S curve in a project. You always have the S curve. It's the Lordy. It's always like this. The idea comes here in a project like the Oro Grande, and then you start accumulating. You go out raising money. You accumulate acreage. You tell your story. Shorts attack you. You drill a few wells. You tell your story. You tell your story. You struggle you merge because they've killed your company. You merge with MMAT. A few more years go by, and they're probably somewhere in this valuation. This is valuation, where this axis is the value of the company or the asset. So there's somewhere here now. There's somewhere here in valuation. I'm not positive, but you're not back here. You're not back here. By getting into MMTLP, you're probably buying the same price as they paid back here, but you avoid a decade of time. You avoid a decade of time. You might be paying a little higher. I'm not privy to that information, but because of this private transaction, you're able to get in here. Now, because they've drilled several successful wells, they're drilling one now, and they're going to drill more. You start to climb the valuation ladder like a hockey stick with positive results. And then your returns are algorithmic. This is where you get 10, 50, 100, 200 times your money, and you just skyrocket in value. That's what Oro Grande's on the verge of. Now, when I say that, it's like talking geologic time. If you talk real time to a geologist, it all seems short. But in the context of a 20-year project, we're in the middle of, or probably 30-year project once it's producing at least, we're in the middle of that valuation, huge valuation hockey stick right there. And you're, as a private company, in my opinion, you're coming in down here. That's my opinion. So these three guys that own 30, 40% of the company, they don't want to sell down here. They have no urgency. They've held on all this time, and they're rich already. They've held on all this time. They're pissed off. They're not going to sell down here. They're not going to sell you out. But it's not because they know you or care about you. It's just that their interests are aligned with your interests. And I doubt they'll sell here. But they might, depending on the deal. Exxon might come in and say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to give you this price here and cash, and we're going to give you 25% of the upside. They might do a deal like that. We'll give you an override, we'll give you a working interest, or we're going to give you all shares and some other bells and whistles that I can't think of right now. Warrants or participation in future deals, something. I would guess that McCabe is going to want to sell up in here. Now, you don't want to wait. You don't I don't know if you can see what I wrote up here. But by the time you see this deal from your stockbroker, and or it's bought in a hedge fund, or bought in a mutual fund, or it's bought as Exxon, it's here on the S curve. That's when you normally get in. That's when you normally get in. So I forgot the question I was answering. The Venezuelan market is safer than the United States. It might, it might be. Big bear rate on Finger, so they're in trouble. Let me see. Yeah, down 29 cents. Lynn Partners, the Lynn Partners is in trouble. It's only 110,000 shares. Nobody's buying. None of us are buying. They knew from Lou's posts that his people weren't going to buy GTII or Finger or anything else. They were going to focus on COSM. They knew in the broader stock chats that are around the internet that there was a lot of panic going on in GTII and maybe Finger, I don't know. And so they just take advantage of the fact that retail isn't there anymore. And they take a chance. This is all fake volume. This isn't real selling. If you have, I'm sure you've learned that by now. It's not real selling. It's just criminals trading amongst themselves fake shares and then stealing from the market pennies, and they do it every day. So this is a great time to buy Finger. I don't want to bore you because there's so many things for you to remember, but Finger has 3 main businesses in the largest. Now, I just thought of something. China's under a lot of stress economically right now with the COVID shutdown and with some debt and real estate. So it's possible this is a sympathy play in general with China stocks. I don't know. But the 3 prongs of Finger's business. One, they are one of 3 parties who are able to buy discounted telephone minutes from the Chinese government. Now it goes through China Telecom or whatever, but the government makes those authorizations. So they can buy the cellular minutes that get sold to 1 billion people. They're the smallest of the players, so this gives them a huge opportunity for growth. In the UK, where I lived, and a guy like me, I would have 2 phones, my US phone and I'd have a UK phone. But I didn't have a monthly contract, as most people, most of the population doesn't. And they'd top up at a chemist, or not whatever, the local store, a Tesco or something. Even the monthly plans, sometimes you can top up, but it's a concept in Europe and Asia and the rest of the world we don't have in the United States, the idea of topping up your phone. Well, the other thing in China, Jimmy Rogers went to China a couple years ago. He's the guy that co-founded the Quantum Fund with George Soros. He tells the story how he was standing in line with Mr. Jimmy. No, he was standing in line getting an ice cream cone, and the nice lady gave him an ice cream cone. He reached in his pocket for some cash. She said, no, what do they say? Anyway, she said no. And you can only pay with your phone. You can only pay with your phone in China. And that's where we're headed here in the States. But so Jimmy, Mr. Rogers, the lady gave him his ice cream for free, but he came away from China and said, wait a minute, there's a huge opportunity in the phone business and fintech and all that in China. And so anyway, Finger Motion sells to the consumer minutes, cellular minutes, to 1 billion people. They are able to buy those minutes, and I forget, it's grocery store margins, like 4%, 6%, something like that. But they get it at a discount, and they buy the minutes. They buy $940,000 worth of minutes, and they sell those minutes immediately, instantaneously, in a half a day, in a morning, for $1 million. They get $1 million in. They buy $1 million worth of minutes. They sell those minutes for $1,500,000. They bring that back in. And in the same day, they can roll that over and over. For years, Finger has been constrained in being able to do this because they only had a limited amount of funds. They were being shorted to oblivion. They had to pay their salaries and travel and all that. So they only had, I don't remember the number when I first looked at it, but they only had a few 100,000 or $1 million to do that. Now, because of the Lind Partners, we know from public filings, I'm going to get it wrong because there's so many stories to keep straight. But let's just say from the Lind Partners, they got about $4 or $5 million. We know now that they've hired Wes Christian, they're attacking the Lind Partners. So they are not paying back because there's no way under the Lind Partners contract, there's no way to hand the money back. You get a disc. I just read about B-Bag. I just read it. The Lind Partners created a note for $10 million to B-Bag. They gave B-Bag $8.2 million. So right away, they only do it in tranches. They don't give it all to you. They give you a contract. They only gave you 1/20th of the money because they're just selling it in the open market as they go along. They don't really have any real money. They're all fraudsters, posers. So there's the 8.2 that they're promised to give over time. The company's underfunded. There's no way they're going to be able to buy back that 10 million face. And that allows the criminals at the Lind Partners to just sell, break securities laws. You remember when the current president, in a debate said, I wrote the crime bill. He was fighting Hillary Clinton, who said, my husband passed the crime bill. Well, if you remember the crime bill, the idea was and it largely affected men, and it largely affected men of, the popular phrase now is of color. Guys like me, in large part, had access to lawyers. But there are guys with this color in Appalachia that get in trouble. So it's not purely a racial thing. But in general, the crime bill affected 2 or 3 generations of African American men and Hispanic men, Indian, others, who got caught of the idiocy, the peacock Joe Biden, 3 strikes you're out. I don't want them going to the same high schools my kids go to. I don't want my high schools to be a jungle. That's what Joe Biden said. This man that's the paradigm of racial equality. He said that. It's in the news. So then Hillary tried to take credit at the debate because her husband passed it. And he had his sister's soldier moment. And he proved that he was tough with these constituencies. Well, anyway, fast forward to today. There's millions of men destroying families, destroying relationships with sons and daughters and wives, and making it difficult on girlfriends and wives left behind that are in for 3 strikes, you're out. I don't know. I don't do drugs. So toking this, smoking that, cutting up this, carrying this around. Well, here in the financial system are men primarily of a different skin color, breaking securities laws hundreds, if not dozens, if not thousands of times a day. And they don't go to jail. They don't go to prison. So the Lynn Partners up on Madison Avenue gave some amount of money to Finger at a discount to its par. Maybe it was $6 million and they gave them $4.5 million, but they give it in tranches. And then the toxic spiral note comes into effect. The criminals start selling shares they don't own against the rules through the marketplace, breaking securities laws, not 1 time, not 2 times, not 3 strikes, all day long. And then when they get caught, like Kurt Kramer, they sign a cease and desist with the SEC in 2013. They pay a little fine and they go break the laws again. And it's not 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strikes. It's do as much as you want. We don't care. We just got to keep those people out of our high schools, as Joe Biden said it 30 years ago. I think he's changed his mind now. He was an adolescent then, and now he's a senile old man. I don't know how to explain it. But anyway, so what's happening to Finger is you've got Lynn Partners did a toxic note and they're shorting the stock, but there's some cash there. And then they just announced they have a big investor that bought over 10% of the company, put money in the company and is buying shares. It was a release. So probably Finger has $4, $5, $6, $7 million, maybe $8 million now in the company. And they're putting all of that money into buying minutes from the government through China Telecom. One of 3 organizations that are allowed to do it. Nobody else can do it. They have a monopoly. So they're buying those minutes at a furious pace, and they've been doing it all month, all 6 weeks. And their revenue is growing by leaps and bounds. Leaps and bounds. That's one stool of the Finger bench. One leg of the stool. Now, Finger has not announced those revenue numbers. Finger hasn't announced their 4th quarter. That might be in January. But if those numbers are big enough and they're meaningful enough, I wouldn't be surprised if Finger made a separate announcement about those revenues at any time. And not, if you can see it, it snowballs. You take 5 million, you turn it into 6 million, you turn it into 8 million, you turn it into 12 million, you turn that into 20 million, and it's happening, just happening. While we're talking, it's happening. So that's one of the stools of Finger. The second stool of Finger is they have, because of the Chinese laws, although I wonder about our laws now too, their big data. These phones, if you carry this phone around with you in China and you work all day and on your way home you stop off at the bar and you get home late several times that week, and maybe you show up to work late 3 times in the month, it's all can be seen by this phone with big data, and Finger has that data. Your social credit score gets hurt. So that big data is extremely valuable, and they're monetizing it. And so it comes up, the third way they can make money is with insurance, for example, with insurance companies, automobile, fire, health, life. The big data that they have, these insurance companies want this data, and in a population of 1.5 billion people, and it's one of the only companies that can provide that data, if not the only one. So they announced a huge insurance deal many months ago. They've never told us what the revenue is, but in an earnings report or a separate report, maybe there's a follow-on announcement along those lines for Finger. The other thing they signed, which has been announced, they have the warranty. They can sell the warranty contracts. I don't know, when you go into the phone, you buy a phone, they ask you, do you want to pay $80 for 2 years coverage? I usually say no, but last time I said yes because the bloody thing was so expensive. It was $160 to buy it. But they have that now in China, a massive business. So Finger has a huge investor. They've got the Sutherland partner criminals that are going down. They've hired Wes Christian. They've got revenue coming in. They're not going flat on the floor. And they have this same group of investors with CRTD. How long does it take them to think of upstream? So Finger is just under a bear attack to get people that don't know the story to sell. And yes, it's painful. I admit that. It's horrible what they can do. Now, the only negative on Finger, and I agree with Lou's, he said it to you guys before. The only thing is it trades on the NASDAQ and it has options on it. So they're able maybe to do some games that the OTC doesn't have, stop trades. But Finger, the numbers are just astounding. I followed Finger for 4 years. I was in it. Your Honor, I was honor. Anyway, I was in it and out of it, and back in and out. And the short position grew. It was, compared to GTII's, it was puny. It was like 1.5 million, and it grew slowly to 2, 3, 4. And then recently, this year, it got up to maybe 5, maybe almost 6 million shares naked short. The float in Finger is about, and I think it's still true, is about 3 to 4 million shares. Now, if you look it up elsewhere, you're not going to see that number. You might see 10 million, you might see a little bit higher. But a lot of the shares are in paper form, certificate. A lot of the shares are held by guys in China or elsewhere, and they're not in the system. The effective float is very, very small. Well, the Lin partners, after they signed the toxic convertible note, immediately set to work breaking securities laws so fast, but they got the nice smile. and they got the nice friends, and they went to the good schools, and they got the nice lawyers. But they did it so fast and furious. But guess what? They take that money and give it to the same party. They give it to the same political party that was dead set on the crime bill, 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. That same party takes that money and looks the other way on Wall Street, and it affects you guys. It affects your families, whether you're Democrat or Republican. It affects your families more acutely than all the political debate they put in the papers. We've got to change this system. We've got to uproot this horrible system. So anyway, fingers under attack because they want you to think there's trouble. It's also because the Lynn Partners only has one strategy. They're not money managers. They're not asset managers. They don't have any more brain power than you. The only thing they know how to do is sell the stock. That's going to come to the end so quickly, and then Finger's going to snap up. Once it snaps up, maybe they play some games. Now, I'll give another caution on Finger. I'll give another caution. It is possible that what Finger's trying to do is, the Lynn Partners is trying to do, is get the stock price down so that the Lynn Partner lawyers sit across from the Finger lawyers, and lawyers are unimaginative. They're singularly the narrowest group of people you can ever talk to. They're only going to look at what's entered into their evidence. And the only thing in their evidence is what the stock price is. They're not going to countenance talking about, well, that's the shorting and Lynn sold it down. They're not going to get into all that intellectual debate. They just want to look at what's in the evidence. It's $4. So if Finger were to make a settlement with the Lynn Partners right now, it'd be based off of $4 rather than $400. But let me tell you something. That guy that bought 10% of Finger and West Christian and the other groups of people buying, they're not going to settle with the Lynn Partners. They're not going to settle. So I think Finger is under bear attack, as everything is. Everything, since we showed that we broke apart for whatever reason, everything that we follow has been under attack. Is it a coincidence? I don't know. It might be. Might just be a coincidence. So Finger is 388. I talked it down. 388. GTII is 74, 75. COSM 38, 20, 24. So it's coming up a little bit. CRTD, did I already say that? Is 69. And I can't think of what I haven't told you. Oh, MMTLP. Yeah, you don't care about that. It's 440 down 260. The women are ganging up on you, Matt? What did I do? What did you do? I don't know who Brittany Griner is. She better not show you her shamrocks. The big squeeze, thanks. I have 1K shares of estate. Will those be counted if I sell, but the ones I buy tomorrow will not? If you're talking about MMTLP, if you sold today, you wouldn't get the private company. If you were to trade it tomorrow to buy it, you wouldn't get the private company. I I don't know. It is a tough call. Could they keep it down? Could they get it down to $1 for the next 3 days? Maybe, but that's why I spent so much time trying to explain that it's not the worst thing to get into the private company. There could be a squeeze at $2. It's not AMC. Ham tagged me with Twitter with links, partner info. I think you have to hold until tomorrow, Linares. Unless, you know, if it went to 1,500 today, it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Has anyone beaten the shorts? In the short run, no pun intended, in the short run, they've beaten the shorts, but they always come back in it's like cockroaches. You kill one and there's 24 more coming. Bought it for fun. Duncan, I didn't mean to be glib. The shorts have been beaten and individual shorts have been destroyed. But as a ecosystem, they don't go away. There it is. The big squeeze has it. Big squeeze has it. Bilbo Baggins. Yeah, you predicted 90. In one of my videos, but I'm afraid there's one of my videos is still uploading. I said it could spike down to the 90 range, but I mentioned that it could go a little bit lower. But I didn't really believe it. So it's temporary. It's all fake. Yeah, David, I have this conversation with a friend of mine all the time. What if when we started on Wall Street, we just shorted shorted shares? We'd be billionaires now. Yeah, BWUSAF. I don't recommend trading penny stocks. Although by definition, a lot of these companies get shorted into being penny stocks. But the idea of moving one to the other, the professionals see that happening. And they see a group of sheep that they can fleece, they can shear, and then they can slaughter. I think Lou has a good vision, maybe, that a group of retail investors can really change the world moving if they move as one. But then we broke up. I don't know why we broke up. What does it say? Let's not call GTII if it's below 3. Let's not call GTI if it's below 3. And it says, is that ham call? Let me just spin up and see if I see something. All right, let me go up. Is this just a meetup place? What's Peter? I didn't see your question. My social score is near 0. Thank you, O'Shea. Hi, Alicia. That's a grand entrance, a much appreciated entrance into the fray. All right, Jay Roach, there may be no buy button tomorrow. Yeah, mistakes do suck. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, Peter, I mean, the squeeze in MMTLP, if you had 100 shares and it went to 1,000, is it worth it? I'd say so. And if you had 100 shares, it costs you $400 now, and it goes into the private company, you turn it into 100 shares times 100. Well, you figure it out. 100 shares times 100 is is 10,000. Anyway, I think it's worth, and the other thing is you can't trade that money. You can't trade that money. So it'll be there. It's like a little nest egg. How much is Finger shorted, Vinny? They have probably 100 now. In the space of about 6 weeks, they've added to the short position, according to that data. But actually, Tom Ronk gives the data on Finger. We see the real data. It's over 100 million shares. It's like 115 million shares versus 5 million in the realistic float. These guys are criminals. All right, I'll look at Cosmo. It might be getting stronger. It reminds you of AMC. Yep, I don't know about that because I wasn't in it. All right, O'Shea, if you just got here, you'll see if people lose money, they tend to blame who informed them. Well, I'm trying to give you the risks as well. And in the case of MMTLP, you know, I'll stand in. I'll admit okay. I'll do a video on logic, Tariq. I'll do it. You're not the only one asking me. I tried last night. I tried this morning. I'll try to do it at lunchtime, but Sheikh Fahad, I think the reason it shows zero market cap, I think it doesn't have a CUSIP number. I just read that. I'm trying to remember what I read. So I think it's a unique situation is why. It doesn't have any data that I could find on Yahoo, except the float was exaggerated. I wish I could buy more GTII. I wish I could buy more GTII. I wish. What stage is the project at? I think I would call it, on my little thing, I'd say it's very early stages. You could sell half tomorrow. That'd be great. KYP. Exactly, Larnares. If Cosmo goes to 3 or 2 even, Manuel Castillo, you're out of the market. I don't blame you. There's a question someone asked, and I said I'd answer it, but not now, and I've already forgotten it. Wow, Paul T called and the buy button will disappear after today. So that means if you want to trade MLTP, today's the only day. It also means they're going to try to keep retail from buying into the squeeze. Oh, if Cosmo doesn't work out. Mitmont, I raise money for oil and gas. So when I say I'm an oil guy, when I first went down to Texas, it said Yankee on the top of my forehead. Now it probably says he might be one of us. What I offer more than anything else is I have a good network of oil and gas people, but I'll be the first to tell you, I think I know a lot about oil and gas, but and I know when I talk to general people, I know a lot. But there are situations where I get into a conference room or I get into seismic or I get in and I'm like, huh? I mean, I see the point, but there's terminology and things that I'm helping with a well in Wyoming now, and I think it's called anchor down at the bottom of the tubing. And I was like, explain that again. So there are some things that that I don't have a master's degree in, but with oil and gas, it's always something, and always somebody doesn't know something about what you're talking about. I'm not that familiar with, well, I was just in Abilene, Texas, and I have a working knowledge of the Eagle Ford and the Buddha, and then as it goes over into Louisiana. I understand the Permian and the Delaware, but and also up the Panhandle, but this Oro Grande field is a new concept, and it's one that geologists have had for a while, and they've been implementing it. And there used to be a lot of skepticism. I'd ask people, and but it looks like now, from what I read, I have spoken with John Berta in the past. I'm not sure he would remember me, but it was through some friends. And I own Torchlight shares, and I really studied it. And I'm always a dreamer of the upside, but I think they've advanced it quite a bit. And I don't know, but if they ever got the imprimatur of Netherland and Sewell or Ryder Scott or somebody like that on even just probables or possibles, or just some big number that seems to be there, you're talking about an exciting project. But I don't know if you're asking about if I know a lot about that part of Texas. I've only been to, I've been to Wichita and that area. I've been to Abilene, but I've never been to Midland or anything like that. I'd like to go. I would love to go. Well, Steve Mertz, perceptive question. If they take, well, they won't take the buy button away from every brokerage house. So I'm going to guess. I have E-Trade, and E-Trade's never done any of the stuff that you guys talk about. So I'm going to guess I'll be able to sell. But the answer is the buyers are going to be the houses that have to buy the stock. But Steve, that's why you have to be comfortable with the idea that you're just going to gut it out and end up owning the private company. That's where we're at right now, I think. But MMTLP is now $4. Unbelievable. But it's just a screaming buy. If you want to have an entry level into the potential of a really valuable private company, it's just a screaming buy. But, there's risk associated with oil and gas that always come in. But, Steve, I think you'll be able to tell. I'm sorry. There's only one company that's said it so far. They'll take away the buy button. I just read it. I can't remember who it is. In terms of if you buy it today, you can sell it tomorrow and you can sell it Monday. The market is open to sell tomorrow and Monday. Sell only. But going with Steve's question, it is possible that the prices that your retail is able to sell at are just going to be down here for the next 2 days. I don't see that as happening, but it could happen. And that's my whole thing. You just got to James Dean it. Just go into the private company and get that reward. What we'll find out today is at 2 o'clock or so, 3 o'clock, is if there'll be some buy-ins. Because I just can't believe that all the brokerage firms are going to stand together and I think you might see some snapback buying today. There could be buying even though it's without the dividend, the distribution, just to cover up the shorts. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of meetings and phone calls over the weekend. And I think some brokerage firms will just buy. But yeah, remember I brought this up, I don't know, 3 weeks ago as a case study to see what happens. And if somehow the shorts get away with this, which I don't think they can at all, it means, as this other guy says, get out of the USAF, just get out of the U.S. markets altogether, and just, buy the neighbor's house next to you and set up a pineapple plantation. If you read the book Hawaii, that's how the young woman started her fortune, and then she became the most powerful figure in that book and in the fiction, that story. But it was all by starting with one small plot of pineapples. I think, David, you mentioned that yesterday, and I think that's completely sensible. Is Finger dead? Scope. See, I never know if this is just to ring my bell, ring my bell, ring it, ring it, ring my bell, ring my bell. I just talked about Finger. Well, there you go, DM. For someone else, I'm forgetting some of the questions. MMAT is not going private. MMAT is the parent company. What's going private is this stub preferred A that was part of the cap structure of MMAT. But where it gets confusing is it probably was part of the cap structure of Torchlight, which got shorted to oblivion. Torchlight merged into MMAT, or was bought out, however that happened. And this rump end asset just sat there forever. And I believe it was the shorts themselves that started the process, because this little dead thing sat in everyone's accounts. I think it was the shorts themselves that brought it back to life, giving it a CUSIP number, because they wanted to go in for more kill. And it started to come to life. But MMTLP was worth zero, and it has zero cost basis to people who held their original position of Torchlight. So the principles of Torchlight with the principles of MMAT, the new acquirer, they've been shorted. Everyone's getting frustrated with this. And the person that sits on his twinkle toes is Gary Gensler. But if the system would put one of these guys shorts to jail, it'd stop. If they just make trades settle, it would stop. But it's in the interest of Goldman Sachs to keep this going. So anyway, the powers that be of the old Torchlight and MMAT and the large shareholders have decided that they are going to take, and they did it a while ago, they're going to take the series preferred A, they're going to distribute, and now it's trading on its own, obviously, likely because, ironically, short sellers gave it a CUSIP number. But they're going to take this MMTLP, which was originally just a series preferred A on the cap table. They're going to make a a dividend distribution, and if I of the asset, which is what you're seeing. And then this is going to go out of trading. This is the way they're trying to force account. And they believe it's going to have a double squeeze on MMAT. But for GTII to do it, GTII, and it's been discussed, GTII would have to take, for example, the eye care subsidiary and turn that private, or they'd have to take some other aspect. But to cause a short squeeze, which is what you want and I want, to take the company private, it's not going to help you get a short squeeze. I mean, there's the risk. Let me say it differently. There's the risk it won't help you get the short squeeze. We're about to find out. Yes, it could cause a short squeeze prior to going public. But if the shorts and the system can just keep the price down into going private, then you haven't had your short squeeze. It's a good idea, but in the case of GTII, it's not a smart strategy to have to do. The shorts need our shares. Yep, that's it. I think that's right. If Cosmo runs, it's going to make a huge buy, and COSM could be because it's down now as well. That's you all's decision. All these stocks are on sale, and I don't know other than having read a lot of things about Cosmo, and it's worldwide licenses, and it's warehouses and insider buying and things like that. I don't know a lot, but it's certainly cheap. There you go, Krypton. I love that, Krypton. Krypton, I love that. That is where they should put the 80,000 IRS officer. Move to the SEC enforcement. I love it. By the way, Krypton, probably the best way to get all of these actors is the Al Capone strategy. They sell, like right now, Finger is probably down even further, right? Let me look. They sell these down. Finger is 407. But let's say they got Finger down to 10 cents. The Lynn partners could take money out, pay everybody, pay overhead, make their important trips internationally, and then they don't pay any taxes on that. And if the company goes bankrupt, it goes into bankruptcy, but there's no 1099s when the stock goes to zero. So they never pay their taxes on these gains. So it might be the best way for the IRS to come get these guys, for the system, for us, is through the IRS. Down 70. Thanks, Newfie. I'm sure most of us aren't paying attention, so it's helpful to know that we're down 75%. William Collins, they have the government in their pocket, and they've also okay, I'm sick of hearing it too. I'm sick of saying it. They have it's going to be an army. Wow, Mitmont. That's pretty smart. I didn't think of that. Except I think they're moving the IRS to West Virginia, aren't they? I don't know, or FBI. We all know we're down, but we really appreciate that you pointed it out. GTII is fantastic price. Well, if they don't block buying tomorrow, I don't think everybody's going to block buying. Don't think it. And there's three things that could happen with MMTLP tomorrow and Monday. One is the shorts somehow keep it flat to nothing. I don't see that. I don't see that happening at all. Because you would have to believe in conspiracy theories. You'd have to believe that the system, all the brokerage houses are going to come together to cheat. I can't buy that. One or two surely will start buying in. Don't call me Shirley. So one thing, they keep the price flat. Second thing could be that with one brokerage firm buying, it goes up to $15, $20, $30, $50. And then the shorts come in and drive it back down. But that might be an opportunity for you to say, okay, I have 1,000 shares. I paid $5,000 for it. I'm going to sell 200 of my shares at $25. Take my money back, and I'll let the 800 ride into the private company. That would be a strategy that would make a lot of sense. And then the other thing that could happen is today at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, tomorrow, or on Monday at the end of the day, they could have a huge squeeze. The question is, over the weekend, will Gary Gensler call everyone into Goldman Sachs's conference room, and they'll just chop up the baby there? I think GTII is going to go massively. Thank you, Daniel Phil. Let's see what happens. I think you're going to be happy. And worst case, in 6 months, I know, Dion. I'm Flora. Are you really a woman? Because that's very funny. Sion Dion is diagnosed with incurable disease, stiff person syndrome. But I feel badly for her. I never enjoyed her singing, though. A share buyback, I think that's not a bad idea. They could just go in and buy back the shares. The warrants were exercised at $275. They could go back and buy those number of shares back at 75 cents and keep the $2 spread. It's not a bad idea, I have to say. Yeah, the Ken Griffin, another criminal. Tired of hearing about the shorts needing to buy our shares. Okay. All right, I'm going to swing up high because I didn't listen at all. And Steve Mertz, I think, why would I still buy? Didn't I just go through GTII? I feel like I just went through it. He's the golden criminal of Wall Street, but you're right, Linrez. You're right. Okay, why would I still buy Don Hilbert? Why would I still buy GTII? Flora, you're a pretty woman with a sense of humor. That is, you get mad at me. Norm Macdonald was being interviewed by Howard Stern, and he's standing there. It's on YouTube. He's standing there, and Howard Stern is trying to stir up the problem, and Robin's laughing in the background. And he's saying, Howard is to Norm, you know, there's a woman, I forgot her name, at SNL that doesn't like you. And Norm said, really? I don't know. Why? Well, she says you were supposed to be her mentor and you didn't do anything. And that you really ruined her experience. And that's why, and anyway, it goes on like this. And you wouldn't work with her. And I'm going to forget the whole dialogue, but now you're going to get mad at me. He says, Howard says, well, would you work with her? Would you help her? Would you mentor her as a comedian? And he said something like, well, yeah, sure, I'd work, I'd help anybody, but I probably can't do much about her being a comedian. Women aren't funny. That's what he said. So don't get mad at me. JT, that's what Norm Macdonald said. I'm reading about that fella. I don't want to say his name. That went the other day. And you know what? The more I read about him, I don't like him. I was walking, I got started late. Below 70 now. Which one? I don't know which one. They're all below 70. I'm tired of it all, Skinny. Corruption, corrupt election, corrupt politician, corrupt corporation, corrupt financials, corrupt. It's just drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. She drives me crazy. And that's your real name, Flora? I like that, Flora. Wishing I could buy more. M Echo, what did M Echo say? Can ML close without the shorts covering? No. See, what these guys are really upset. And John Burdi, I showed it to you. John Burdi made it clear the shorts cannot cover for cash. They're not going to let them cover for cash. They have to deliver shares of the private company. So what happens when it all comes down and there aren't enough shares in there? I think there's going to be legal battles. There's going to be set twos. But at the end of the day, the DTCC will, if I use the Exxon example, will probably have to give you shares of Exxon. And they'll just make them up, or buy them in the open market. But that's what'll happen. Of course, we're getting attacked at the same time. Entercom is the best single oil and gas conference in the world. And I've been going to it since it started. And the gentleman that founded it is a very good friend of mine. He sold it, he and his wife. And it's just a brilliant gathering, people. The ringer cannot look empty. The ringer cannot look empty. Somebody told me to look into Zion Oil. I'll look into that. Everyone did big squeeze. Everyone sold. Who's Entercom? It's an oil conference. They call themselves the Oil and Gas Conference. We need a queen from Alicia and Wonderland. Well, I really wasn't good at answering questions. How many squeezes have I profited from? I don't know. I've been in a lot of stocks that went up like a rocket. And were those squeezes? Now that I've learned all the stuff I've learned, probably they were. But I'm not always very good at selling. Like Lou, I guess, maybe sold GTI, or maybe, I don't know. Some people did. I'm trying to think. Eric Everett did. I didn't do that. And so I'm an idiot. That's it, Aunt Maz. They will win if GTI goes bankrupt, but it's not going to happen. I think, Otto, I think it's a smart, my secret weapon is RNVA. A share buyback, I'll check on. All right, I'm going to spin up to higher. Yeah, the GTI, let me look at it. Well, it did not help that there was so much FUDing when everybody switched to Cosmo. So maybe it would have stayed up at, we'd be at 1 or 2 now. But however, everything's being hit, so it might have just happened anyway. This is disastrous in terms of every stock is down. Let me just go through them all. MMTLP down $3, $3.76. CRTD. It's only down 0.005, so it's staged a remarkable recovery. It was down to 59 cents. COSM. By the way, guys, when stocks go down and make new lows and then snap back and close in the green on volume, that can be a really good time to buy the stock. COSM is down 7 cents, 38 cents in the red. GTII down 15 cents, 16 cents at 67 cents. 1.58 million. So the guy that said he was going to bring it down to 70 was right. He was right. I guess he knew in his collusion pals. Finger, 383, down 30 cents. I'll look at it since I brought it up. LGIQ down 8 cents, 31 cents. MMAT down 19 cents, 185. CGRA only down slightly, 0.0004. So I give that a credit as a strong one. What else is here to look at? CLNV. That's up. 0.0032. CLNV is actually up. And up on 2.2 million shares. Okay, what else is in our wheelhouse? I can't think of anyone else. Yeah, this is a bottom. This is how the bottom is. These are how bottoms are. There's an expression that I'm not going to remember. Sometimes I remember it, sometimes I don't. But these are the toughest times to buy, and this is the time to buy. Oh, all right, I can look at GME. Although yeah, GME's up 2 at 24. What if this is all a scheme to allow GME and AMC to cover some shares without you buying into it? AMC's up. AMC is up. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Let's look at CRTD. That was turning green. I'm going to have to go eat something. No, I don't think the shorts will close out their position in GTII. I think the prime broker and the brokerage firms will close out their position. It's one short. It's one short. And I think he's whether it's stubborn or not, I mean, looking at it from his standpoint, he's withstood the stock going up to 4, to 250, to 220, to 9, and every single time he's brought it back to 70 cents, every single time. So maybe he's done the right thing, but I think Tom, buy at 10, sell at close. Popeye sounds good. I really wish, I was talking about it with somebody, I wish I had sold GTII higher so I could be buying more now. But if I'm honest with myself, if I had sold it at $5, I would have bought it back at $3.50. And so I might have more shares, but I'd be in the same position. So I don't have PHVS. Third test up, I think it will be. All right, let's read the tweet from CRTD. And I really apologize. I would love to go get some of your other questions. Maybe I should do a super chat so I have to talk to the ones that send me. God, I'm glad you guys are all here. I will see if I can find one more question. That's right, Peter. All right, question. Dem rant. Yeah, I know. I did a dem rant because I'm a Democrat. Being better educated, Jared Goolsby is exactly right. Being educated gives you some sense of what's going on, but you know, to sell down here is just horrible. Which brokerage firm do you use, Mexican Silverback? Spiny, I'm going to put you, where can I put you? A penalty box. All right, I won't explain it anymore. All right, that's very funny. Webull, well, let me tell you my experience at E-Trade. I don't know if it applies at Webull. I will put in an order. Let's say I put in an order to sell 250 MMTLP at $1,000, and it comes back rejected. So I get all annoyed, and then I say, oh, well, let me just try. I'll put it in I'll pick a number higher or lower. I'll put it in at $1,111, which I did. And it's accepted. So my first suggestion to you is change the price. Try several prices. My second suggestion to you, you don't need to put in a GTC order on this stock. Just get up in the morning and put day limit orders for the day. And I bet they'll take your limit order for the day. But first try just a different strike price. And if you don't want to do less than, I forget the price you put, just add $5 to it. David, there's nothing new to say. I'm like losing interest in the subject. What if the Kramers and Lynn just small sharks and there's a bigger shark shorting them? Just the small sharks bait, so you don't see who the real... Yeah, it's possible. If you look at B-Bag, is that the symbol? I don't remember the symbol now. B-Bag. That maybe I got it wrong. I have the wrong symbol. But the Lynn Partners gave money to, maybe it's B-Big. Anyway, they gave money to another company and nobody's shorting it. So a lot of the shorts out there, including the big guys, and by the way, the big guys have better shorts than GTII to do. But they short the stocks they get these criminal usury notes signed with. In the case of Kurt Kramer, he got trapped. And that's what makes GTII such a huge upside play. He's a trap short. All he knows how to do is trapped. Even at 76 cents, he's not profitable. So it's difficult for him. He feels like maybe he won something. He wants all of you to sell your stock and get out. But instead, because you're holding together and talking with each other, there's some buying going on. Kurt Kramer didn't expect that. But could it be other shorts in there? Yeah, I feel like something's going on right now. Like every short out there is trying their computer systems. They're just trying to suppress retail buying. Well, that's the ebb and flow of the markets. They might win at that, they might not. They want to tamp down the animal spirits of the marketplace. I don't think there's any big players in GTII. I do think I just use it as a timing reference, when Lou switched to Cosmo, when a lot of people started getting anxiety on Twitter, when Thanksgiving came, when the stock broke its trend, its 200-day moving average, when there was one other thing in there. And I think there are other shorts now in GTII, in the stock GTII. But as I tried to explain, I also think those are hit and run shorts. I think as soon as this little sell-off is happening, they're criminally moving stock amongst themselves. And once it's over with, I think they'll move away. It's 1.85 million shares today. It's a pretty high number, but the volume over the last few days has been high. So what they need to do, if LLCA shorted the stock and criminal B bought it from him, they need C and D to move that all around on a ladder to get it down so each of them make 5 cents. And they're just going to do that until that happens. At the end of the day, if someone needs to be paid off, it has to be Kurt Kramer. So he has to come down, stuff it to the prime broker. That's what they did all the way down. It's all fake. And it makes you go, oh, what's wrong with GTII? Nothing's wrong with GTII. In fact, GTII is stronger than ever. But in a normal situation, what a normal CEO that has no clue, Kurt Kramer would call up, hey, Reiki, your stock's down from 7 and I see you don't have any money and I can give you a deal. I got a deal for you. I'm on your side. We have a history of helping small OTC companies grow. So I'll give you $1 million more dollars at a note for $1 million but I'm going to give you 750,000. I'll give you $75,000 now. It's in a convertible note. That 75 can convert into stock at a discount of 30% below the lowest average trading 5 days of 30 days before I convert. And let's sign it up, Reiki. And then he starts selling the stock down from 70 cents to 5 cents. That's the normal criminal naked short selling pattern, and it benefits Goldman Sachs. And I won't bore you with it all. This time, GTII, it's like one of the big whales said, he can keep selling. I'm going to keep buying. Drive it lower. Where am I going to go? Where's he going to go? That's what he said. Where am I going to go? Where's he going to go? It's not going to zero. And Reiki is not going to take a new note like this strategy they have. It's like what was the movie? Was it a true story or was it? I think it was a true story. Anyway, there was a pimp. I'm almost remembering it. Actually, it might have been Ricky Lee Jones. It was Ricky Lee Jones. I read her book. It was Ricky Lee Jones. There was a guy that helped her out. And when she had nothing, scared, and he gave her money and then helped her. And then her life eventually took off. But she lived there for a while, and he was a pimp. He was a pimp in L.A. But he kept his word. He gave her card. If you're ever down, call me. She didn't really know him, and in desperation, because she had a drug problem that scared Tom Waits away, she called him, and he was a gentleman. He allowed her to stay with him, made sure she got back on her feet, but he wanted her to prostitute, and she left. And then they may or may not have stayed friends, but he dropped her off. He didn't ask for anything. He respected her wishes. But it's like that situation, a normal situation where that guy is Kurt Kramer, the pimp, with the Cadillac and the smile and everything's nice. He comes to the girl, the company, who's down on its back, no hope, been mistreated by everyone on Wall Street, and is not ready to die, but can't see a way out. So that company signs up with the pimp, that girl signs up with the pimp, and gets a lifeline. And then the pimp starts mistreating the girl, and the girl tries to leave, but then ultimately all she has is to come back to this bastard. Well, it's the same thing normally with Kurt Kramer with his companies. He's the big smiles and the, and then he kills it. Then the company has no alternatives. They have to come back to him. And then he does it again, second punch, and he drives it down. And that's the normal strategy. But with GTII, they're not going to find that. And they haven't found it. They keep driving it down. They want people to capitulate and sell. But even when the selling happens, the funniest thing, even when you sell, you're all annoyed. I can't believe William told me I should stay in. I'm getting out. I'm sick of it. When you sell, Kramer's not buying. He's not covering. A strong hand is buying. Kramer's still naked shorting, and these other shorts are still shorting. So I really think, I would guess what's going on in the brain trust of GTI right now. They're gonna have to announce something. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but for the rest of their lives, they're gonna have to announce something just to stop all this. I don't think the accountant that's doing the audit cares one bit that while he's been working on it, the stock's gone from $5 to 50 cents. Doesn't care at all. But eventually that's going to come. And then the token will come. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some whale buying coming in either. Not somebody buying skinny whale, a whale buying GTII. Oh, I love that KYP. I love it. Yeah, OTIC had the same NASDAQ story and the same idea that it was going to go to $1. They ran it up to 40 and then just hit it. And the breakout point sort of in the middle was around 18 to 20. If it broke 17, it was going to go lower and even could go down to 6 or 7. It's discouraging, but it's still, wow, 9,000, Keith. Tell you what, I'm going to have to call you, sir. Dave M., I'm not going to lie. This stock seems like it could go down to 0. I don't know which one you're talking about, but you might be talking about GTII. It may feel that way. It's feelings, though. Joshua, what's going to stop them from driving it to 0.001? Daniel Matmata, you all got scammed by the YouTubers again. Ha, 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 ha. GTII to the moon. Ha, 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 ha. Thank you, Daniel. Thanks for stopping by. Joshua, there's a company, for example, HPIL, that Kurt Kramer, I believe it, if my memory's right, it was Kurt Kramer, did the same thing too. They got the stock down to 0.000001. And the company made all sorts of settlements thinking that would be the end of it. But Kramer crushed it. And what annoys me, we had Kramer on his back. We were crushing him. And irrespective of what the other market is. But one guy got impatient. And I don't blame him. Don't blame him. It's just unfortunate timing. But just a little more crushing up at 5, 6, 7. Because Fidelity was having a hard time locating shares to honor the warrants. But it's pulled back now. Now, whoever asked that, I just forgot. Let me look and see if I can find it. 0.001. So 0.001. Can't find it. All right, I can't remember. So 0.0001. What could keep the Kramers from getting GTII down there? 1, it's not free. It costs them money. 2, they have to pay the criminals, which is part of 1. They have to pay the lawyers, part of 1. They're still not making money themselves. So that's one part of it. 2, the company is not going to, like that example I just gave of the poor girl that coming back to the pimp. They're not going to come back to the pimp to be beaten up again. I'm not going to go through the list. You've heard it. But GTII is fighting back. They're not going to sign another agreement with Kramer. Kramer is trapped. He has to buy back every single one of those shares. He can't walk away from it. Now, how can he get it down to 0.001? Is he going to be able to keep selling it down? I don't think so. I think the people selling it now, I said it 5 times today. You have Kramer shorting it. You have Kramer shorting it all the way down. But I think he's finished. Now you have a bunch of sharks shorting it. They're all shorting it. Down. And the last bit, it's all computerized. But if each of these, all 5 of these shorted at the same time, how are they going to cover their naked shorts and make money without driving it back up? They've got to trade amongst themselves. They've got to split up the loot amongst themselves. So if they brought it down to 80 cents, they've got to get it down to 75 cents so one of the guys can cross the stock, and that guy gets his 5 cents plus what he made on the way down, but he's probably got to split that with Steve Cohen, whoever financed their little puny hedge fund. And don't you believe it's not Goldman Sachs or some of these other prime brokers that are lending them the money to do it. It's so corrupt. But anyway, those 6, 10, 20 short sellers are going to disappear. They're not going to short it from 55 down to 0.000001. They're going to go on to, there's too much risk, and they're going on to other plays. And their charts are going to give them other things to play. Other places where there's, on the internet, people are saying, he did this, she did that, oh, the stock's going down, it feels like AMC, oh, you better get into COSM, hey, I'm driving a Lamborghini. All that factors into these computers, believe it or not. And then the charts factor in, and then it's Thanksgiving, that factors in. All of it. Oh, when is upstream coming? It's not coming. Boo-hoo-hoo. When's the boo-hoo-hoo? It all factors in. And so the selling comes. But there's other charts out there that are going to have, other situations are going to have better risk reward than selling this, which is washed out. They hit and run. They'll leave the risk with Kurt Kramer. Now, why it's not going to go to 0.000001 is, do I have to list them again? I suppose I do. We're waiting for the auditor, it's third party. Once that's done, it's a sign. It's like the contract that Aaron Judge just signed with the Yankees. Signed, contingent on a physical. The deal with the law firm and GTII signed, contingent on a physical. The physical is an audit. It's almost done. 100 million in revenue and 35 million in income sitting there. That comes in. That stock's not going to go to 0.000001. Continued issuances of digital coins to call out the back offices on Wall Street. That's not going to quit. Will it succeed or fail on any one? I don't know, but eventually one of them's going to succeed. Trento Mines is still out there. Trento Mines. They brought in money from the warrants. So the company's sitting with over $3 million in cash. They don't have to go back to the pimp. You've got whales in buying. So no, I don't think GTII is going to go to 0.000001. And I don't think Kurt Kramer can arrange to do it. I don't think there's bigger boys and girls on Wall Street that are trying to help the Kramers. I don't think there's bigger boys and girls on Wall Street that are using their limited capital and risk management to take a 70-cent stock down to 10 cents. There's plenty of stocks out there at $100, they can drive down to $50. Or there's stocks at 900, they can get down to 600. So no, there's no big boys helping Kurt Kramer. There were opportunistic killer shark shorts that came in over the last 5 days while we were spilling our spleen on the internets, and we broke apart. We didn't stay as one, but that's over with now. It's gone. It's behind us. We are where we are. And I don't think they can take it any further. In fact, I think the next move is going to be a snap back up. Kramer is going to walk away. GTII is not dead. In fact, I think GTII is going to snap back like a sumbitch. I know, you've heard, I know, things I've said for 4 months, I know. I said it, okay, I don't know who that was. If you're talking about me, for the record, with these guys, there's 3 ways to play GTII. 1, trade it, like Eric Everett did. and Lou did. Let's be honest. You come in early, get your friends to buy it, and you get out. Or you're a chartist. You come in early on overbought, you come out. The one way to play GTII for this guy that says, remember Will said it would go to 2,000, is to trade it. I didn't trade it well. A lot of people did. A lot of you did. It's brilliant. The second thing is the way to play it is as a long-term investment, more than a year. So you buy it, you overpaid, and now's the time to average down. Or do nothing, just wait till it works out. The third way to be in this, the reason to be in it, is a short squeeze. So when you right there, remember that Will said it was going to go to 2,000. Remember the context. In a short squeeze, I believe it will spike into the thousands. A spike in a short squeeze. That's different than saying, hurry, 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 step right up, buy. The stock's going to 2,000. No, it's got to have those characteristics: a forced count, a buy-in, and a short squeeze. And everyone on here knows it. Whimsy Chick, which live you were on? He said that if MMTLP goes under 3, it'll go to 2, and that the brokers will write it off. I don't, Whimsy Chick, I think that's what they're going to try to do. But Whimsy Chick, let me show you something. Whimsy Chick. At the risk of, let me see if I can find it here. I think this is the one. No, that's not it. Here it is. I think it's this one. Okay, this Whimsy Chick, and welcome, Whimsy Chick. This is what John Berta said on Twitter, well, on a Twitter Spaces. I'll read it from the top down. There are only, this isn't the one I wanted to, but let's just go to the last column, okay? The last paragraph. Trust me when I tell you this. Greg has a disdain for what we had to go through for 7 years. If the shorts come to have some sort of settlement, if 5 brokerage houses come saying, I need to buy some shares, the answer is going to be hell no, and here's a lawsuit. Okay, that's one. That's not the one I wanted to show you. Let me see if I can find it. Let me think where it was. It was a conversation by John Berta. Maybe it's here. Let me just look at this again. Okay, maybe this was it. All right, Whimsy Chick. This is from Berta, and he's quoted as saying this. Carrying the shorts over. In other words, carrying the naked shorts over into the private company. They're not supposed to be able to do it. But if you have enough money, you may be able to convince, and you being the big houses, the big, the Ken Griffins, you may be able to convince your broker to do it. Which is my theory of what happened with the Series A preferred to begin with. Now what he's talking about is back when Torchlight essentially went private, when it was merged into MMAT. I don't remember that merger well enough if MMAT was private at that time or public. But anyway, when that happened, the shorts were short the Series A preferred, and they just carried it over. So Berta goes on to say, there were so many shorts that did not cover They thought all the assets were worth $1 a share. So the brokerage firms, the shorts, said, we'll take the risk. Here's a bunch of money. Broker, don't worry about it. We'll give you the $1 a share. You distribute it to all those fake shares that we stuffed your accounts with, and we'll find a way to clean this all up after the merger. That's what Berta said at the top regarding the last time it happened. Now, he says, and then when MMTLP started trading, it proved my point on the first part. So now, as far as this is concerned, this situation is concerned, it really is a lot different. As Bird Lady mentioned, there is no QSIP. There is no QSIP on the MMTLP, and there is no DTC eligibility. Even though we had to file an S1, because we're technically a public company, we have 64,000 shareholders to be a reporting company. But anyway, we are MMTLP. We are a non-trading, no QSIP, no DTC eligibility. The sentence isn't fleshed out there, so he didn't finish it. Therefore, everything is going to be held at the AST. That's the transfer agent. So they should not be able to carry that short position over the past record date, past the record date. Now, I'll go back, Whimsy Chick, just for the emphasis of it. And this is from John Berta as well. And he says down here, well, let's say first, look, we have an extra 35 million shares. We could sell those out to the system that's in trouble, but that would only cover part of the problem. They still have a problem with 100 or more million shares short, whatever it is. Secondly, it's a taxable situation. It would kill, he uses the example, hey, I'll buy 35 million shares from you at $50 a share. That becomes a taxable event for the new company, and it destroys the whole idea. So the first idea that they would issue 35 million shares that they have available is not going to happen. The second idea that they would, just to help out, it's not going to happen. The second idea that they would issue those same shares at a high number is not going to happen. And then the last situation. Let's say this is from John Berta. Lastly, let's say this thing plays out and the stocks trades, for example, it goes to 100, and that's the last trade on Monday. All of a sudden, NextBridge gets a knock on the door from 5 brokerage houses saying, I need to buy 50 million shares. Well, they have the ability, MMTLP, the NB, has the ability to sell those shares at that point. But you have to remember who is involved in NextBridge and who is the largest shareholder of NextBridge. That person is Greg McCabe. And trust me when I tell you this, Greg has a disdain for what we had to go through for the last 6 or 7 years that runs as deep or deeper than mine. Not only will it be a hell no, but it's a hell no, and here's the lawsuit for all the trouble you caused us in the last 7 years. So Whimsy Chick, that's 2 ends of the question you're asking. But on the absolute, they're not gonna let the brokerage firms settle this up for $1 a share behind the scenes, behind the curtain, and we'll go on with our life. John Berta and Greg McCabe are not going to let that happen. So that's on that one end. On your other end is if they get the stock down to $1 or $2 tomorrow, which is possible, there's no advantage for retail to buy the stock at that time because you can't go into the private company. So they might maybe get that down to that. That assumes that that's a collusion theory, a conspiracy theory, that the whole Wall Street's going to do the same thing to keep it under $1. I don't believe that's going to happen. I think there's going to be an honest brokerage firm somewhere that doesn't want to take the risk. But okay, we'll assume that it just stays at $1 Friday, all weekend, and until the end of the close on Monday. The problem for you, Whimsy Chick, if you want that money to trade right away, you have to have it next week. You have to have it. You're going to have to sell it $1. But I don't think that makes a lot of sense because, and I bored everyone here, but I'll give you the parameters of the formula I used. 3.5 billion barrels of oil in the ground and possibly more. $5 a barrel, 165 million shares outstanding. Multiply, divide, $100. $100 a share to buy this company. And a company like Exxon wants to be in a new field discovery of this magnitude, or Apache, or Carrizo, or Chevron. It could be anybody, or a private hedge fund group. Now, the fact is, this property has existed for a while, and they've been working on it, developing to see if their theory of the oil being there is correct. The geologist, I forget his name now, but the geologist that came up with the theory for the Oro Grande is the same one that either did the Delaware or I think it was the Delaware. And he is, I read a summary of his studies. He's extremely persuasive that the Oro Grande is an analog to what's over in the Delaware Basin. I give you a caveat. I might be confusing that the Delaware Basin is split in two, but just let me get past that. But this is a well-respected geologist that has found these fields before and found one of the biggest in Texas before. This is his baby. And for the last 10 or 12 years, they have been trying to prove it up. And they ran into short sellers, these evil bastards that we all know the story. And so funding became difficult. Oil prices collapsed. And remember, oil went to zero for a while. That just destroyed company after company. And this became a difficult time for Torchlight. However, they have drilled the wells in the Hazel project. They have drilled several horizontals in the Oro Grande, and I haven't talked to my friends that could tell me more, but it's my understanding they are comfortable now projecting that there's this 3.5 billion barrels of oil. They're drilling a well now. I didn't look into it, but I understand they have water. Now, I don't know if that water's potable or if they're talking about having water that can be used for fracking. Either way, that's valuable. But this is an asset, Whimsy Chick, that a guy like Exxon could come in, or a girl like Chevron could come in, buy, establish a position of 140,000 acres. There's wells drilling, there's geology, there's science, there's I guess you can't say production because they got to build out the infrastructure, but there are possibly some reserves there that you can put your weight on. Then once you've established that with your shares, Chevron or Exxon, you can go out and opportunistically acquire 200,000 more leases, acres of lease. So you can build up maybe 1 million acres leased in this play. But so it's valuable not just for the acquisition of Oro Grande, but it's rare that a company can come in and buy such a big parcel. And the valuation model right now is still in the basement or the mezzanine. And as they prove up the oil, assuming no problem, you're going to get a hockey stick upward in valuation. So the panic that whoever that person on the other, and I'm not disparaging, I don't know who it was, the panic to say, oh my God, they're going to get it down to 1 and the brokers are going to just cross it at 1. This has happened in the past. It's happened with Torchlight, and I'm sure it's the strategy brokers use. And there was a guy on here that warned us that Goldman Sachs, he had an uncle at Goldman Sachs that said they were going to fix this. But that's worked in the past. But the issue now is, what I've tried to show you, is the 3 main shareholders are not going to stand for it. They're not going to stand for it. The asset, they just said, I read it to you, they're not going to allow the shorts to pay cash. It is the shares. They have to deliver the real shares. And on top of that, you might say legitimately, well, what happens if 300 million shares go into the private company and there's only 165 million available? Then I might not get my money. I might be one of the ones they don't do anything with. Well, there's going to be lawsuits. There's going to be, normally DTC might come to you and say, yeah, it's only worth $1. Here's $1. But Greg McCabe's going to say, no, wait a minute. We have a letter of intent in hand, and I'm speculating there, but we have a lot of people that have looked at that, and we have some serious offers at whatever, $40, $100, $200 a share of the private company. They're not going to get away with it. Now, what you might end up having to do is have to wait a long time, 6 months. Maybe if it gets legal, it'll be longer. But during that time, if the project's successful, and it looks like it's going to be, the value keeps going up and up and up. And if, for example, Exxon gave shares worth $100 for each share of MMTLP, while they wrangle with you, the value keeps going up. It gets more and more expensive. I don't think any brokerage firm is going to want to do that. I don't think any DTCC is going to want to do that. And so what could happen, we don't know what the bid is, the offer is on the other side. But what could happen is you get 2 shares of Exxon. Right now, I don't know what Exxon's trading for. It's $60, but it might be higher. You get 2 shares of Exxon for every 1 share of Newbridge. And in that situation, there's real shares that the transfer agent takes care of, but there's a bunch of counterfeit shares in the system, which the shorts have put there, and Gary Gensler and the rest allow it. But in that case, DTC, which is $80 trillion, can say, okay, now we have a problem we can solve. It's 2 shares of Exxon for every 1 shares of MMTLP. Well, we'll do it. And in fact, we'll stuff it with fake shares. No one will know. And it won't affect the value of your account. But that could happen. Sure, that could happen. But I don't buy the panic number. Having said that, let me just look. Somebody just said timber to me on MMTLP, just to show that I'm, let me look at it, Whimsy Chick. Whimsy, thank you for bringing up the other, and I hope I don't think you've been here often. I hope my style, I get a little worked up, but it's not directed at you at all. Let me look at MMTLP. I wish I had more money. $3.50. Well, it's down another 50 cents, whoever said timber. It was already down to $4. It's 8 million shares. I guarantee you most of it's fake unless some people have been scared out. So Whimsy Chick, the whole premise is, do you want to be fudded out? Do you want to be panicked out here? You just got to get out. Oh my God, it's going to go to 1. And then the brokers are just going to give you $1. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I mean, that might happen. Or this is a ticket. It's a chit. It's an entry into a private oil company. There's risks. There's risks with oil companies at the ground level that normally only overpaid investment wankers can get in on. And so we're down 50% today. Right now, we're evenly down 50%. And if what I've just said to you earlier today on this call, I went through other people that are saying it, but I gave you a formula. If you don't believe my $100 a share, and you don't believe $50 a share, maybe you'll believe $35 a share is what an offer might be. And I contend the offer's ready to go. I also contend it'll be an oil company. I also contend it could be a public oil company. So you could almost immediately in finance terms, let's say within 6 months, not in trading terms, you could almost immediately have a publicly traded company that is shares of stock in a non-taxable transaction. And by the way, while you're waiting, you can't trade that stock, so you're not losing. But the question, Whimsy Chick, and I'm sorry I'm raising my voice, I don't mean to be. The question is it better just to dive out of the stock right now at 350 and have that cash because I have a better idea? I'm going to go into Cosmo, or I'm going to go into GTII. Or should I just let it go into the private company, which is by definition today? At the end of the day, you don't have that choice anymore. I'll let it go into the private company, and at $35, if it's $35, that's 10x on my money right now. Yes, it might take 6 months. It might take 9 months. Maybe the deal will fall through, but it could be better than 10x. I would argue from here it could be 20x. So is there a risk? If they find a way to not deliver these shares, the whole system is corrupt. And all the plays you're in, every single play you're in, is not worth being in. Anyway, Whimsy Chick, that's my reaction to that. I just haven't seen what that other person said. But Whimsy Chick, it's not fun. I showed everybody that some people warned that it would be down. Are you talking about this one, Matt? That one? That's Nothing But the Best from Adele. I don't want to listen to it. Yeah, it could be the whole thing. Could be the whole thing. Nothing But the Best is a poster. I think it's going to bounce from 65 to, 2-ish fairly quickly. I think GTI, when you say run, the problem, for example, look at MMTLP. It's down 50% today, right? It's down 50%. Let Let me bring this up. It's down 50% today at 350. Okay? Now, if MMTLP were to go back to where it opened, or where it closed, is more accurate, where it closed, that would be 100% move from here. That'd be a run. That'd be a nice run. So when you say, is GTII still going to run? Absolutely. I think it's going to still run. If you're asking, is the squeeze going to happen right now and we're going to be back in roses, it's possible, but when you have this kind of damage, it takes a little bit of time. But luckily, some of that time has already gone by from last week, from Thanksgiving. So and I showed the charts before, I don't know if I have, this picture is out of date. This picture is out of date. If I find it, I'm not going to look for it because it takes here, this picture or that picture. Maybe it's that picture. I don't know. I can't find a chart quickly, but we're in support. We might have broken below it to fill a gap, but it's the price action is stretched so fully that I think it's going to snap back. And in that one day, it snapped back to $2 just 3 days ago. And I think that can happen very, very quickly in GTII. So when you ask, can it have a run? If it were to go from 60 cents to $2, is that up 300%? That's a heck of a run. I believe what's going to happen, it's going to hit $2, pull back, try to hit $2 again, pull back, and then it'll be through. And then I think 350-ish range becomes potentially a difficult part. On the other hand, there's a declining line you can see that it might be a breakout. And the charts don't matter. When the shorts, the buy-in, the short covering will bust the chart. And we can go to things you never saw before. Yeah, Eric makes an excellent point. Okay, 3:30, we'll be on. Eric makes an excellent point. To the extent the Kramers are still shorting and others are leaving their shorts in place, the problem is just bigger now. And on the way back up, the margin calls will be bigger and the short covering will be bigger. Okay. Yo, I love hearing that information. So somebody put up a buy at 50K. And it's almost certainly not short covering unless they change their stripes. So that's a whale. And immediately they hit it, or are you saying it the other way around? They hit the ask. It sounds like to me, yo, the shorts are taking anything. They're desperate. They're trying to close this recent rundown. My charts. Welcome to my sophisticated charts. But that recent rundown of 5 or 6 days, that wasn't free. That was not free over here. That was not free. And probably a lot of the short sellers have not covered. And they haven't taken their loot off the table. They've robbed the bank. They want their share of the treasure. And that's what's going on right now. Zip-a-da-doo-da. According to TradingView, GTII is headed back up now. And it's very oversold. The bottom is in. Is that like Philippa, the sister of Kate, Princess Kate, the bottom of the year, the rear of the year. All right, let's watch it. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. MMTLP 331. I just can't think I've missed anything in those scenarios on it. I'm going to James Dean it, and I'm just going to hold it into the private company. You're able to get in at a valuation that's equivalent to the 10 or 15-year valuation that put all the effort in, and in return, you get exposure to the upside on MMTLP. So, all right, GTII is $68.99. It was as low as 60 cents. And wouldn't it be wonderful if this were the day that was just the final capitulation? It needs more volume than this, but it's a lot of volume, 2.73. And if you had a sell-off down into 60 cents, and today we closed above 84, I'd be willing to call that a key reversal and capitulation. But it doesn't show that it's going to happen today. It might. I don't know. I just gave you GTII, didn't I? 0.68. It's starting to move a little bit. MMTLP. If you hold MMT in the private company, you may get stuck holding it for 2-3 years. You could. I don't think so. But you're right. But from what I'm reading, and I've listened, I've listened to so many different people, but particularly reading between the lines when I hear Roller Pigeon talk, I think this is speculation on my part. So take it with a grain of salt. I think a deal's already in place. Maybe they don't have a data room because they're still part of MMT. Maybe they have to wait to do that and they open a data room. And maybe that's to see if they can get better offers. I don't know. But I get the sense that they're pretty confident they have a deal done to sell the company. Now, why would that make sense? And I forget who I'm talking to. Darn it, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. The project needs financing. When you're in an oil project, it inhales capital. And so it makes sense that they've been talking to either JV partners or acquirers because they've already done the work of drilling a handful or more wells that have been proven up. They now need the capital in the billions of dollars over time to build the pipelines, to build the infrastructure, to build the roads, to build it out, and to drill a lot more wells and maybe buy acreage in where this geologist thinks the sweet spots are. So they need capital. And to move it, it's like a relationship. Well, you're in, I'm not in one, but you guys are. When you're in a relationship or a shark, you got to keep swimming forward or it dies. This project needs financing. So I really think you're not going to have to wait 2 or 3 years. Now, AMC is a bunch of theaters around the world in shopping malls that you have to drive to, and most of those shopping malls, the real estate is worthless and no one drives to malls anymore. It's a sketchy forward business model. This is a real oil and gas, potentially. I mean, oil and gas, I got to tell you, has more caveats in it than my dog has snores. there's always things that go wrong. But this is oil and gas. Oil is going to be one of the most important commodities, even though all of your colleges are talking about ESG now and the wokeism and all that. Every single one of you relies on oil. It's in your phones. It's in your contact lenses. It's in the medicine you take. It's in the crappy stuff you buy to make coffee in. It's in your cars. It's in the flights you take. It's everywhere. Oil is everywhere. Oil and gas are the transitional fuels to a better world. I personally think coal should stay in the ground, but it looks like we're not even going to do that. But oil and gas is a real business. It's not a bunch of empty theaters around the world that people don't go to. So I don't think it's AMC. I don't think you're going to wait 2 or 3 years. But I hear you. I hear you. What's he going on about? What's he going on about? I really, yeah, oil and gas will be forever. Ham call at 3:30. I'm done now. I'm not buying anything else. Fair enough. That's a scam that gets you in, and then they drop the price. So lame what it is going to take to set all these off. So difficult to remain positive, stealing my money. Well, Husker Power, it is depressing and it is difficult. And that is, oh gosh. That is, why does it hurt when I pee? Anyway, I can't go back. I'm so sorry. That's exactly why with GTII and Finger, it has been hard work. You know, when Lou came over, and I'm not picking on him, it's just timing. It's just timing. When he came over, there was this huge rush up, which in large part, in Lou's credit, came from his recommendation to many of you in GTII. But the groundwork had been laid for almost 2 years to be in that position. When you're hopping from stock to stock to stock in anticipation of squeezes, that's what I'm talking about. How do you know the groundwork's been done and the hard work's been done? Because the shorts they're ferocious, and it's a battle, and it is frustrating. I agree with you. Nothing but the best. See, that's great. And Lou gave that recommendation at 18 cents or something. I've got to take this call. I'm going to My apologies on that. I guess I'm not going to be able to eat today. Our nation's got to eat. MMTLP is 312, 315. It'll be interesting to see what happens at 3 o'clock. GTII is 71 cents. CRTD is 68 cents, down 5. So it was up almost green and now it's down. CLNV is up 0.0004, 0.0392. Logic's actually down 0.355. CGRA is 0.102. I don't have Cosmo here. COSM is down 11 at 33 cents. I think that's below any support now. But anyway, hey Alicia. That's what I think, Mitmont, and I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Isn't that something, Matt Claridge? Isn't it something that your firm, the settled cash, the shorts, they don't have to worry about having cash or settling anything. It's just so annoying. It could get very interesting end of the day, and you know, Ham's going to talk about our three Hamigos. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to stay on through Ham's call and maybe shortly thereafter, but as soon as it's done, maybe 10 or 15 minutes after, I'm gonna get off because I haven't eaten and but this is a big day. But anyway, he's going to be talking about those three stocks. But I'll try to watch. I'll put my phone in such a way that I can watch MMTLP, and if it's because you could have a buy-in at the end of the day, you could. David Smith, I was scared to buy GTII because I'm gambling on quick sell. Yeah. Don't, Matt, perfect. I'm gonna read that. Bear rates like this are meant to demoralize and bankrupt us retail traders. Absolutely. They want to destroy this. And to Lou's credit, he saw what was happening. And that's the one thing I think Lou seems to have is this ability of vision. But don't think what you're doing is going unnoticed. And you know, from Whimsy Chick to each of these names, they're noticing what's happening. And they don't want us to get it. But the consciousness, what's amazing to me is how when I first met Ham, I knew a little bit because I lived overseas, I traded overseas, did deals overseas, that would be a better word. But I saw how they used this safe harbor and they did this shorting into IPOs and all that. But I didn't know the magnitude. And I started talking to friends about it. Nobody knew it. My friends at my old office, Morgan Stanley, down They didn't know it. Nobody, but now everybody seems to know it. It's amazing. They're not going to be able to do this to us again. And Spiny, that's great. I thought I wasn't going to talk to you again, Spiny. I got so much GTII, I was scared I will have to explain too much on which ones I want to sell from. Ollie takes the first. Oh, you can change your settings to last in, first out, or first in, first out. You can change that. You can also go in, at least at E-Trade, up till settlement date, and specific trades you can allocate which shares you want when you sell. This is thanks, Otto. This goes so quickly. I know I'm not answering most. I gambled on Cosmo 39. Well, there's so many people behind Cosmo that, you know, I wouldn't bet against some huge, but I don't know the story. I can't. I find it really interesting. Who was that? Not only do I find it interesting that GTII and CRTD are neck and neck, that you can add finger, and all three seem to. Why, Don J, where is MMTLP? $318, $316. Look, it's 9.52 million shares. Let me look at that stock chart. That's not short covering. There's nothing going on there. And the main players aren't selling. So it's all fake. It's all just, and maybe some people are. Maybe some people are saying, you know what? I'd rather have $3 in my pocket than wait 6 months or 9 months or 90 days. And it could go to $1. I'm down. This could go to $1. The system is going to screw me again. The thing is, to us, it's big. This is big. But it's only 65,000 shareholders. It's not that big to the system. But it could really get expensive to the system if they don't cover. So I'm intrigued in 10 minutes to see what happens, or at 3:30 to see what happens. I'm really intrigued. Now they may be waiting until tomorrow to try to cover because they figure some of us won't be in there to buy, but we don't have to be in there to buy. Other Wall Street sharks can start buying to play a short squeeze. All right, it's 309, and so it's down 55% on the day. COSM is 34, down 10 cents, 34.58. Seems to have a little bit of greenery going on. CRTD is 67 cents. GTII is 71 cents, so you're wrong. GTII is actually ahead of CRTD. GTII is up from 60 cents. It's 2.95 million. I don't know anymore what would be capitulation in terms of volume. I think it would have to be more than this, but I would love it to make a run at the end of the day. Susie R., I want to read what Susie R. is saying. Ham's conduct comes across as a chain smoker sounding Wizard of Oz. If he's as savvy as you present, how come he can't figure out how to make a call without sounding like he's calling from prison. 2, I think you may want to consider counseling for your gambling addiction. 3, this is sounding like watching Groundhog Day. 4, your dog Lucky is adorable. 5, happy holidays. 6, I sold all of the 100,000 shares each of CRT, GTII, Finger Cosmo because I'm disgusted with your nonstop references to Lou, the nasty tweets, and the low-level bullying. I don't know the angle. Susie, thank you. I plead guilty to I don't know what you mean by low-level bullying, but I think there have been times I've been over the top, and I plead guilty to that. I haven't tweeted it at all in this venue, but I know I've tweeted on Twitter, and maybe I've been nasty sometimes. I plead guilty to that. My references to Lou have mostly, I've referenced a long time to him in the positive. Recently, I've been a little frustrated with the, I don't know, anyway, I won't go through it all. But I think Lou has done a lot of good, I've said it, made a lot of good recommendations to you guys. Okay, I want to say, I thank you for Happy Holiday. It sounds like Groundhog Day. I think I repeat myself a lot, partly because that's a problem with me, and partly because it's a problem with, everyone asks the same things. I think you want a gambling addiction. I got to think about that one, because you obviously see something. This is like watching Groundhog Day. It's not as funny as Groundhog Day. Okay, Ham. Ham doesn't smoke. Ham is extremely athletic. And Ham is a good person with obligations, which he takes very seriously, which I don't think I'm at liberty to talk about. But he often is making the calls away from his desk. So I think that explains some of that disconnect. Ham spent years trading on Wall Street. So if his voice comes across that way, or if he's abrupt, you're listening directly to a trader who's sharing his knowledge. You're not talking to a smooth talking salesman. So it is boring, though, Susan. I would say one of the most boring thing is talking about the same story over and over again, and it doesn't change. But when new people come in, they haven't heard it, so they want to hear it. There'd be nothing better I'd like to do than not talk about any of it anymore. But that's just the situation when there's a lot of people there. I could just stop talking about those stocks while they're down, and I don't think that would be the thing I should do. The story itself doesn't change, Susan. It's just basically short selling. That just good news or bad, it keeps coming. And the news in each of these stocks is actually better than it was. You sold your fingered GTII, CRTD, and COSM. Fingers, GTII, COSM, and yeah, that's a lot. I don't know how to tell the story without repeating it. So I don't know how to get away from the Groundhog Day aspect. You must have somebody in your life who gambles, maybe, but the markets are a little bit like placing bets and gambling. I don't gamble. I've been to the casinos a little bit. I had an investor invest in the Kentucky Derby winner, and I went there. But and I make bets there. But if you're saying that by trading stocks or investing in stocks is gambling, or not selling out while the stocks are up is gambling, or if buying into a story of a potential short squeeze is gambling, or if listening to recommendations from him and acting on them after I've met all the individuals involved and if you consider that gambling, I don't know. Maybe I have to think about it. It's just that deals and raising money and talking with investors is all I've done all my life. And it's what I understand. Maybe I'm bad at it. But I'll have to think about the gambling. I thank you for pointing it out. You could only hear one person, which is me. I'm reading all the points, and I've tried to dance down the middle of the subject of Lou, but Lou comes up constantly. And so at some point I sound like I'm just talking out of both sides of my mouth. But I think Lou has done a good job by everyone in his recommendations. I've given him credit for being ahead of the game on several of them. And I think he's absolutely correct in trading stocks, perhaps rather than gambling them. But I can't hide, Susan, that I think that the timing was unfortunate, and that some of the uncertainty and confusion that came didn't help. I can't hide that I feel that way. But that doesn't change my thankfulness and appreciation of all Lou has done and will do. And I think I've been very clear that I think he looks out for you and everyone's interests with his recommendations. I don't know whatever else to say about that. I think you would be far more understanding of him if you knew what he goes through to make this happen. So those are all the explanations. On the bullying, I apologize for bullying. On the mean tweets, I apologize for mean tweets. To you, I'm sincere about it. And on the constant bringing up of Lou, I apologize for that as well, Susan. I wish you the happy holidays also. And you're always welcome here if I haven't annoyed you to death. And I respect your decision to sell and get out. And I'm sorry that I had an impact on it for reasons that are different than investment reasons. The things I just apologized for. So Susan, thank you for your input, and I hope you accept my sincere apology. All right, let me see where we are. I don't think GTII is dead at all. There's going to be a lot of people that feel that way. In fact, GTII is rallying now from 60 cents. Small wonders. And I know it's going to sound like Groundhog Day. Which is, I do admit, it gets boring. 75 cents. In 20 minutes, we'll listen to him, and he'll tell you the better reasons in the story of GTII. But by no means is GTI over. 1-800 law firm is pending any day now. We're just waiting on an auditor. Digital coin, revenues coming in. Whales are buying. West Christian is hired to go after the crimes that the shorts have happened. It's many people's, it's what I've heard. I'll say it differently. I've heard that the prime broker is in trouble, Alpine. There's liquidity issues around the Wall Street. The hole's just bigger for the Kramers. The company has cash, $3 million. So no, GTII is not over by a long shot. Spinoff, we could, oh, and Sharon Tell is coming. Thank you, Dadif. Sharon Tell has been hired, and they're going to drill down, and they're going to find the naked short. They're going to find out who's doing it. This is all huge. This is all huge. So no, it's not over. Peter, I'm so glad you used that word. All day, Peter, you won't believe it. All day, I'm trying to get the word predatory. It is predatory. You're absolutely right. Well, Carrick, I think we'll be vindicated, but what's frustrating, I don't want this to turn into like we're it's on us to beat Wall Street. I just want you guys to make money. And I think Susan might be referring to the fact, maybe, it's how I take it. You know, when you see a shrink, they say, how did that make you feel? They don't give you any. And since Susan's not talking to me, I can't really know what she meant. But the one thing I'm hearing is, you know, why didn't you take profits in GTII? That's how I'm hearing it, that's gambling. But I think buying stocks while they're risk, it's all about risk reward. But if you're buying into a stock low that has high reward, that makes sense. I can see where MMTLP is not a low price if you don't buy into the private company. She might mean that. But people that come into, I didn't trade AMC or GME, but if you Well, I know one I did, and maybe that's what she's talking was now I think of it, that might be the gambling problem. I FOMO'd into COSM at 62 cents. I did it. And that might be what she's talking about. Maybe that's the gambling issue, that you FOMO into a stock, fear of missing out. I let it pull back, and then I averaged down, which I don't think's gambling. I think that's more an investment strategy, but maybe it's gambling. And then as soon as I had a small profit, based on actually having nothing to do with COSM, I was just worried when I looked into it how it might look to, if anyone cared to look into it. And I didn't want to be part of that stage of it. I'd buy it now. I wouldn't have any worry. But I made a profit. But maybe that's what she's talking about. I don't know. GTII is 749. Yeah, textbook trading. It's also textbook that you don't sell when it's up. Showing Susie. I don't mind her input, and I think that she took time to write it in 6 parts. And she said that my dog is lovely. I have no problem with it. But it's not the first time. Anyway, I don't want to get in trouble. I was talking to a friend of mine last night, but is it unwoke to point out that I think women are able to see things sometimes that men don't see? That's what I experience over and over again in my life, that women have perceptions that men don't sometimes. And the way my dad pointed it out to me, when my kid brother was born, he would go, Dad called him Chudge, he's now a lawyer. He would chudge around, with a truck and play out in the dirt and do all these things. And Dad said, do you notice little boys, they go out and they interact with anyway, you can finish it. And then my kid's sister came along, and to this day, she's focused on people, and she picks up on people, and everyone loves her. But when she was a baby, she spent her time studying people. And I think maybe that's some of the difference. Anyway, I don't know. GTI, okay, it's 3:12, so we're going to wait in 10 minutes, I guess. No, 15 minutes. We're going to listen to the hamster. CRTD is 70 cents. GTII is 75 cents. MMTLP is 304. Well, let's see. I'm really interested to see what happens at 3:30. And my attitude on MMTLP, it's too bad everything's red. I'm not going to, well, maybe I will. I guess at 3:30 I won't be able to. But I just think it's so cheap to get into a private company. Do you know you guys would never be invited into a private company? Anyway, I wouldn't either, unless I had some wealthy client coming with me. MMTLP, COSM is 32.5. Just to point it out. LGIQ is 31. Joseph at 3:30, Ham is going to have a call. You know what's wild about it, German Forever? What's wild is everything goes down. You know, if in a normal situation, let's say you have 3 stocks, 5 stocks, at least one is up. And you say, you know what? It would, you know, using Susie's example, she had 3 or 4 stocks, 100,000 of each. At least one would be up, and you could sell some of that, because not looking at the shares, if one's up, the percentage of your portfolio in that investment is higher. So you sell off some of that and distribute it in the rest. It's called balancing. So you balance your portfolio so you're a third, a third, a third. But if they're all down at the same time, you don't have a chance to do that. I don't know. I don't know. It's just weird. I think one, MMTLP is either going to be the biggest bust of all things, or the next half hour. The next half hour could be exciting. Over the weekend could be exciting. But there will be fireworks next week, whether it's in the stock trading or it goes into the private company, and the system comes and says, we'll give you some cash. Oh my gosh, it's going to blow up. It's going to be like putting, what's that thing you put in water, and water, it explodes? Anyway, it's going to be bad. It would be funny, and then you would have to say, what was he talking about? Susie Q was right. All right, not much longer. Line has bought 1 share. Fred, you can always sell it off tomorrow on Monday. You don't have to sell it today. The only thing you have to do today is buy it to get the distribution. But you have tomorrow to sell it. You have Monday to sell it. And I wouldn't make the decision right now in the stress of, I don't feel stressed, but in all of this right now. Let it play out. But you can sell it tomorrow. You can sell it today. You can sell it if you want to. I just wouldn't do it. Airplane. What did Bill Young ask me? Oh, there it is. Fundamental price of GTII. I don't think it matters because we're trying hard to force the squeeze, and the company's helping us. But you have ever-changing. These numbers are ever-changing. So Bill Young, it's hard to calculate. Every time they do an acquisition, the share number changes. But if you assume 250 million shares outstanding, and you assume the law firm has 100 million in revenue backlog, and it's going to do better next year, and it's really secure stuff because these are court-ordered payments most of the time. And you assume a float. I mean, the float, it's hard to know, but the actually trading shares and the shares that can trade, maybe it's 35 million, maybe it's 50 million. And then you add in that you're going to have the Trento mines potentially showing up. You've got several other subsidiaries. What multiple do you put on revenue from a law firm? I don't know that answer. If you put 2.5 multiple on it, and you use 250 million shares, it's worth $1 a share. If you put 5, it's worth 2. What's it worth to own the Trento mines? $350 million if that's the number from all the discussions a year ago. Might be more. What's it worth, the potential? I don't know. Ronnie Atkins, I'll have to explain it after Ham's call, but I'll do my best right now. Let me look at the price. 309. It's 11 million shares. The rumored short position in MMTLP, it is anywhere from 80 million to as high as 280 million. And one of the people that gave the estimate of 280 million naked short shares said it could be much higher. The pattern in the past of shorting when these kind of corporate actions come is they all help each other out. And then the system, you have your corporate event action, you settle up, and that just Google Dole Foods had too many shares, Barron's. But you have too many shares, they settle up, they come up with a dollar number, and the DTC settles it. That's how they hide it. So what the shorts are doing today is trying to cause people to either sell, get out, or they're trying to prevent people from having the courage to buy and make the problem worse for the shorts. The shorts also believe that they're going to be able to do the same thing they did in the past. So they have a stock at $8, $7, $6. They can sell it down. They can put that ill-gotten cash in their accounts, and they can go to the company and to the brokerage firms and say, you know what? We know you have a problem. We know we didn't settle all those trades, but guess what? We have 350, I'm making it up. So we have $300 million we're willing to wire to you so you can pay $1 to every one of those shares in the account. That way we don't have to buy in the stock. That way there's no short squeeze and we all can nod and wink to each other. I've read a few things. This is not going to fly with the founders of Torchlight. It's just simply not going to happen this time. They are insistent that what has to be delivered is shares of real shares of MMTLP, which is essentially real shares of NextBridge hydrocarbons. So the shorts are trying the same gimmicks and tricks they've always done, and they're convinced it's going to work. Now, you can take the side that the system is over the weekend. Gary Gensler is going to call all the banks into the White House and say, we've got a big problem here, conference calls, system room, and we're going to insist that the shorts disgorge the money they got illegally selling this down and distribute it into all of the accounts. Well, the problem is if they distribute $1 a share, I am sure, there are economic models, there are reserve reports, there are probably bids in hand that prove that the private company is worth much more than $1 a share. So you're going to get from the real shareholders and from the shareholders and from lawyers and I know this is low-level bullying. I don't mean to be low-level bullying. You're going to get counter punch back saying, no way, it's worth 100. And to pay 100, you're not going to do it. So I think brokerage firms are smart enough to figure that out. Maybe not all of them, but I think that some of them are going to break ranks and buy. I think you're going to see some retail or institutional buying of the stock in the next half an hour, maybe, for the dividend, maybe. But so far, what's going on with the stock is the shorts are winning right now. All right, I'm going to dial into him.
Welcome and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You're helping people around the world communicate for free. Please enter your access code followed by the pound or hash sign.
I don't know which stock, Marcella. I think we've reached the bottom in GTII, very possibly. Cosmo, I don't know, but it's bouncing, no question. Stock crash might help. I think that's right, David Smith. Been in this since for 2 years. Who's been in? Susie? Yeah. I think she's been in a while. I think her comments were sincere. The bird brain lady. Actually, The Darkest Hour, we could listen to that. Vinny G, GTII is a buy, I agree. When you say going to run, I think GTII is going to snap back first to 2 and then to 350. I'm not sure it's going to run this week, next week, but I think it's going to snap back. Cat Zone support on It's a Little Bit Funny. Fahad, CRTD will go green. That'd be great. This feeling inside, I'm not one of those who can easily hide. But you know, the thing is, what I really mean, yours are the bluest eyes I've ever seen. And you can tell everybody this is your song. That's good. When you lose, you're a gambler. When you win, you're a rambler. I think the bottom's in. And what would be great to see GTII, I would be buying, Ronnie, I'd buy MMTLP. It's so cheap. As long as you can accept the fact that you might just go into the private company. As long as you're comfortable with that, which I am, at $3, the private company only has to be worth 30 to get 10x. Wow, McCultra, the DTC has finally reached the corporate action to DT Ameritrade. Wow, what? They're giving them a half hour to. They can't buy it back with the dividend today in half an hour. Maybe they can. Let's watch what happens, Mike Ultra, in the last half hour. The hamster, he's here. Oh, I forgot. I have to put it so I can watch the stock trading. And if you see me jumping, it's 289. Whoever just asked me, I forgot. I would, if you're inclined to, Joe, no, not Joe Power, but Joe was in it. Thank you. Ronnie Atkins. Assuming that you don't mind holding into the private company to buy it under 3, it might get cheaper over the next few days. You don't know, but I think it's, God, the risk reward. You've got what? You got 275 risk downward, and in return, it could be $100 stock in 9 months, 6 months in a public company. Wow, good for you. Matty Ice. I think you're a genius. They're all getting killed at the same time. Yeah, I got it here, Tom McCartney.
All right, everybody, welcome again. This is at the Buy and Sell education about securities fraud and making short selling day 200 or 300, whatever it may be. Just to start out, I just wanted to let you know Wall Street's about, I understand we're over the same stocks and I got it, but Wall Street's about understanding other things also. I reported last week, I heard a story that BIVI, Boy Indian would have great data on their Alzheimer's drug, I think it was. Okay? I didn't buy it. Again, I'm locked in my position. I'm not wealthy, and that's what I reported, and that's starting to go, and it came out with the results. That's what Wall Street's about. You can't play them all. I can't play them all. Okay? So I don't want to hear people say, well, you're talking about a different stock. That's what Wall Street is. Get over it. Okay? I can talk about 1,000 stocks, but I focus on 3 names. That's all I focus on. There's other names I hear, and that's what Wall Street's about. I could call a big hedge fund, and you know what? They don't give a shit about this stock, and I just want to make conversation. I have to say something, or they hang up on me. All right? I told people I heard about this stock, WULF, TerraWolf. Next week is going to be a big week for the stock. People are buying calls. I'm not involved. I'm not in it, but I want people to help. If they want to play, God bless them, make a ton of money. All right? These are smart people telling me things, and I want to try to give it to you. Again, I'm involved in what we're involved in. Okay, but I do like to talk about other things, so I don't sound like a goddamn broken record, and I can't talk to the street and other people to get information unless I have some conversation and said the same 3 names all day long. They hang up on you. All right? Hedge funds buy thousands of stocks. Okay? They just don't. They take positions and they trade other things. So when you hear something, I'm just trying to pass it on. So hopefully if you are playing, God bless you, makes money, and I could care less. All right? I told you what I know. That's all I know. I report it. And don't take it out on me that I talk about other names. I'm not involved in it. I put a story about a SPAC that everyone tendered their shares the other day, and God says, I'm pumping the stock. It's a SPAC. Everyone tendered their shares to get their money back, and they squeezed the short. That was it. I thought it was worth understanding and understand what goes on Wall Street. And so, again, now I'll go back to what I focus on, and we'll start out with CRTD. The CEO is absolutely ripping things up. Follow him. This guy knows all the prime brokers. This guy's with major players. Okay? It doesn't happen in a second. Read his tweets. He's telling you how strong it is. The guy's 1,000% into it. He wants to be the leader. Help him get companies. I got 5 companies today and 100 people to sign up. Support the guy. Follow him. Don't follow me. Follow him. The guy's a leader. He's going to expose the system. Okay? Follow that guy. Support him. And he'll help us all. Trust me. He's going to help us all. Okay? I don't understand why that stock, Finger Motion, and GTI are all being attacked at the same time. The only thing I can think about is that the shorts are in a panic because of upstream. And you can say to me, oh, the shorts are winning. I got it. But they need to buy back all the shares they sold. That's the game. No idiot would sell stock at the market to knock it down so that they A little piece of information for those who follow me. I had a market maker on the call to disguise his voice. He called me up and said Vertical Group has million share sell orders. They've been working, selling at the market. He represents the shorts. All right? He knows those people. He trained with them. He trained them. Vertical guy told him, okay? On a stack of Bibles, if I had to bring it to the FBI, he would say the same thing. So that information is on the nose. Not coming from me. I told you the guy who told me. Right? He said these guys got standing orders they were working on to sell a million shares at a clip at the market. That's why the stock went down. It wasn't longs bailing out. People sucked it in. These guys are short down at the bottom again. Okay? They're just pressing their bets. Why are they all pressing their bets? Because they need to get people to sell. They need them to sell before these companies get to upstream. That's the only thing that touches all these three different stocks. Okay? Is the fear of upstream coming. Because once it gets to upstream, for those who don't understand it, if you're short the dividend. People are short, GTII was short the warrant, the brokerage firms created an IOU. Another IOU. Once it goes to upstream and there's a dividend, the brokerage firms, the SEC, the DTCs can't create anything. The only person that can create something is the public company, and the distribution will be on upstream. So to be controlled. Unlike before, the U.S. equity markets, I told you 1,000 times, is completely fraudulent. The system is protecting the hoodlums. They don't protect you, your own brokerage firm, and basically helping them steal from you because they don't know any better. That's what's going on. And all three stocks are being attacked. Finger Motion didn't even announce they're on upstream, and they're knocking that stock down. The company's got $15 million in cash in the bank at $4. 115 million shares short, and the stock can't hold 4. A friend of mine bought 50 yesterday. When he bought it, as soon as he finished, they sold it down on 200 shares to mark it down. After he bought 50,000. Okay, so they're doing all these names. They all have the same exact trading pattern. You can put the charts next to each other, and you can see it yourself. They all have the same patterns. You know, that's why the Dow Jones is made up of different stocks. Some will go up, some will go down according to what's going on in the economy. You can't have every stock, 3 different names, all trading differently, all trading exactly the same every minute of the day. This is a concerted effort by the prime brokers trying to push this down. I told you the big shorts, they're basically underwater on these things already, and now the prime brokers or bigger players here trying to figure out how to get out of this thing. They can't get out. The companies are moving towards a place where they can't do anything anymore. Okay, they don't control the game, and that's why the attack is so brutal and so fast. Again, a real short lets the stock go higher. You don't sell it as fast and low as possible. A real short is here to make money, not to just crooks are here to steal. That's the difference of what you see in the patterns. Okay, this is a completely different trading pattern than you're ever going to see before. At least AMC and GameStop, they took them up and then slaughtered them. They roped the people in. That's the professional short. GameStop is running up, drop it down, run it up, drop it down, and each month the options will expire until they grinded everybody out. Those are professional shorts. These are criminals. You just don't sell them down every day. Go look at the charts. I'm a good skier. I wouldn't ski down those charts. They're so dangerous. This 5 Black Diamond Mountain. I mean, that's like ridiculous what's going on here. It's to get people to panic out. It's a quiet period for companies. They can't say something every 30 seconds. People go, where's the news? Where's the news? Companies can't say something every 30 seconds. Grow up. It can't happen. If the company promotes itself every day, the SEC fingers will be all over them. If they're quiet, the shorts are all over them. Just look at the black box. But they're doing everything in their power, and you can just read the news and you can see what they're doing. Look what the CEO of CRTD said. He exposed himself. He told everyone he's going after the shorts in a conference out loud. knock on doors and he's going to force the issue. He can't do it in 30 seconds. He can't do it in 30 seconds, but he's going to do it. You know, hold on a second. Someone's asking questions. I said, he can't do it in 30 seconds, but he's doing it as fast as he can. He wants CEOs to sign up, and then he's going to put full-page ads in the Wall Street Journal. How many company CEOs you know said anything like what this guy's done? Follow him, expand and get your friends to follow, get your CEOs and any other stocks that you own, and you know what? Support the guy. I told you, I signed up a ton of people in 5 companies myself today. Besides all the other shit that I do all day, answering phone calls. Okay? This is complete securities fraud, and they do it. You don't see them do it in Apple. You don't see them doing it, but they do. Okay? Institutions step in when the stock gets too cheap at the big names, and that's how they firm them up. But when the stock moves up, they attack them. They do the same thing. You've seen them in all the stocks. They can't settle any stock on the exchange. A friend of mine went to the bank today to take out $10,000. The bank only had $11,000 in cash in it. Okay? They gave him 5. What we're trying to create is a run on a bank. If 5 more people came into that bank and tried to take out $10,000, the bank has no money. This is a run on the banks. This is how you expose the naked shorts. You expose them with dividends. We're creating a run on the bank. We're not going away. They blasted us down to 60 before, and the stock went back up to 9. Now I feel awful that anyone paid a penny more and lost money on this thing. We don't control it. I can't control it. Again, these guys are criminals. And what you're seeing here is everywhere. String of Motion is a completely different beast. This company is completely funded, yet it can't stay above $4. Completely different beast. Okay? Doesn't have to put any news about their business. It's all right there. It's out there. Fully funded. And they're fighting the death spiral guy, Lynn Partners, who's trapped in this name. That's what they have to fight. Lynn doesn't want it to go up, so they keep holding it down until the company, West Christian, the lawyers are after them. And look what they have to do. A public company has to get lawyers to chase down their toxic lender. Okay? The company's fully funded, ready to pay off the lender, and they won't take the money back. You wonder why? Go pay back your credit card, Paul. Everyone takes back their money. Not Lynn Partners. What's their motive? They want to drive the stock down so they can convert it to loans. But West Christian's on it now. Now they're completely trapped. Okay? I posted all their information. We know Jeffries is their prime. We know they use Ameritrade also. Got it to West Christian today. We're doing everything we can to expose these guys and make it easy for the lawyers and the public companies so they can go after these guys at a faster pace because no one can keep up with what the hell's going on, how fast they attack. I told you 1,000 times. Short sellers hit a sell button. Public companies need lawyers, documentation. They got to get past the SEC. These guys all know it. Think about a company with an FDA. The FDA, the shorts have the playbook. You need phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. These guys destroy the stocks accordingly. That's the biggest disgrace in creation that the FDA makes these companies put out exactly what they're doing, and the short sellers know when they need money. They know everything about it. They destroy the medical companies, right? But the medical companies have no idea, okay? This is a game that is completely fraudulent, right? These 3 companies are fighting, and they're fighting for you, each one of them doing what their part is. They've hired lawyers. They're trying to do dividends, everything. CRTD spinning off a public company, a fully funded public company. They're going to be short both stocks. Since the guy said that, the stock went down from $1.14 to 70 cents to 59 cents today. On good news. Why would you? Everyone keeps saying put out news. Look at what happens when the news comes out. It's all documented. You can see it. Go look at a chart. Go look at a minute chart. When the stock hit $1.14, when he started speaking at 3.20 the other day. Stock went straight down. They didn't even read the news. News hits and they sell it. It's the same the DOJ, the FBI, we report it every day. They got people bashing. Where are the bashes on CRTD and Finger Motion? They don't exist. We got plenty on GTII that just shows you the level of the crooks. GTII, we have the lowest level of creation, the Kramers. And fuck them and their lawyer Gibson Dunn. Sending out cease and desist orders. No one's even said their names but us. You got to be an idiot not to know who leads back to them with their ventures. The short is not 200 million, it's probably 250. Who the hell knows anymore? We stopped counting. You know they don't cover. Everyone knows that. They keep trying to borrow shares to sell more. They keep shitting on the stock. I can make Apple go down selling shares like this every day. Anybody can do this. Right? All they do is hit the sell button and they spread it. They get their friends, their little vulture friends, come on top of it. One guy's got 1 million shares to sell. Everyone else has got 30,000 for sale, and they all attack and they knock it down. And then the big short sells it to them, and hopefully somebody else bails out, and that's the game. And they just keep piling on. They all know the names of the big short. They see the order flow. You don't think the guy at first telling his friends someplace else to go short it in front of it? That's how they make money. That's how that guy travels to all the football games. All the people I know see him always at big sporting events, like a big shot. He's traveling around going to the Super Bowl on stolen money. All right? Many people know about it. I've heard the 5 stories from 5 different people already. Oh, he's always at the big sporting events. They don't know how he always gets there, running that little shit brokerage firm. But that's what he does. He's taking orders from these hedge funds. Of course they have control of the stock. They're selling counterfeit shares all day long. A monkey could do this. They are monkeys. That's who's doing it. They did a sell one. Then they go home and brag about how much money they stole today to everybody. That's what they do. It will turn. Got to keep fighting. I know you got to keep your head up. I understand it. I know everybody's I got it. I've been doing this a long time. This isn't the first group of people that I've ever worked with that lost money. We understand it. Friends of mine that died, killed themselves, but we all keep fighting. I don't need to do this shit all day. I can walk away. I'm here for a reason. I've told you before I leave this planet, we're going to end this nonsense. Okay? I got it. I can't guarantee your profits. I can't guarantee anything. I will end this. We will expose it, and we're not going to stop. Okay? I've been doing this a long time. I told everybody it's a battle of Gettysburg. It's not an easy fight. There's no guarantees that you're going to cash your winning tickets out. If the stock went up, these guys bashed it right down. How the government allows it? I don't allow it. They allow it. Think about it. You could go out there and, like Wes Christian always says, go make a copy of your auto, the title of your car, and sell it to 50 people. That's what they're doing. It's easy. It's just counterfeiting. If you look up, there's always 22,000 for sale. They printed GTI 70 by 1,000 by 22,000. They'll print it low, and it's the same thing. When we buy a stock, you use your money, and then you're sitting here. Look at CRTD. It's 67.7 bid. 67.70 bid for 23,300. There's 4,800. That's the short on both sides. They have no fear. There's no one here. No one's doing anything. If you were short, why wouldn't you take the 4,070? You just sold it $1. I'll take it. I'll take the 30 cents profit for 30,000 shares. They don't cover. They don't cover. They sell it to each other, trying to wash the trade. They can't buy them. GTI, someone blasted 1 million shares out. No one blasted 1 million shares. It was them. How do I know? The guy told me. He spoke with the market maker. They had the order. I told you exactly what he told me. And the only reason he called up that guy is because the guy's long a lot of stock and wanted to know what was going on. And they told him. He didn't tell him what name he was in. He said, I got standing orders in this name. That's what he told him. That's what these hedge funds do. Again, I know, it's tough. I can't stop the fraud. I can't stop it. I wish I could. But everything's in place. The companies have done dividends. GTII, I posted last night. 2 years ago, this company had nothing. But the Kramer 100,000 debenture, they paid off the debenture. The company now has $3 million in the bank. It has a merger with 1-800 lawyer. It's going on upstream, and they're doing the dividend. Versus what I just told you, $100,000 note with the Kramers. That's how this whole thing started. And look where we are now. And the stock is 72 cents, and they're trying to sell it down more. Why? Because they're stuck. They know it's coming. We all know the news. They know the news. What would you do if you were them? Think about that for a second. You go to jail, or you continue doing what you're doing until someone stops you. That's what they do. Okay, when a guy becomes a bank robber, he keeps robbing banks. If you're a crackhead, you keep doing crack. That's the game. These guys are going to jail. They all know it. They sell tickets. If you don't think the FBI and the SEC are on the thing, they take a long time. I met with the FBI. They said they're not here to find these guys. They're here to lock them up. And it takes time to lock them up. They got to build their cases. He told it to my face. And the shareholder that introduced me to the FBI is on the phone right now on the call because he just texted me to say something to me. Right? We sat there right there, and that was a tough fucking FBI agent. I was afraid sitting there. Okay? He goes, I'm here to lock him up. I'm not here to give him a fine like the SEC. I can't tell you where it stands. They don't tell you that stuff. I met another FBI guy, and I told him the same thing. We have 3 different FBI agents on this case. All right? We reported it 100 times. How many people on this phone went to the FBI? A handful? Do your part. Follow the CEO of CRTD. Call the SEC. It takes 2 minutes. I know it sucks. I can't stop it. But the risk reward is why we're here. Because when we're right, you're going to see something like you've never seen before. That's why they're fighting so hard to hold it down. Because they know what the danger is on the upside. Okay? They all know. Holding it down here at these levels is just enticing people to buy it. But they have no choice. Because they have to hold it down. Because if it shows strength, you know what can happen. They can't let it go up. That's the whole game. They can't let it show strength. Because it shows strength. People put videos out. People talk about it. And they can't have anything positive. They want it to be negative, negative, negative. But we're not going away. And I got it. People have families. I got it. Trust me. Little girls, I see people posting them. It breaks my heart. These guys don't give a shit. They'll steal. They steal from their own mothers. Trust me. I know the Wall Street mentality. These guys are scumbags. All of them. They couldn't give a rat's ass. They steal your money, and they go out and celebrate. That's what they do. You can see the pictures of the Kramers. They're all out there. These guys don't even know where Wall Street is. They know the sell button. That's for sure. They know how to navigate the settlement system that they know. Who taught them? The FBI should grab them, torture them until they give up who taught them. All right? I'm sure it's going to go up the ladder. Somebody that worked for a bigger player. Okay? These guys were all taught by bigger players. Remember, if I worked on the trading desk, let's say Carl Icahn, and he was doing it, all right? I'm going to leave Carl Icahn and go get my money and do it myself. Because I can see how much money they're stealing. That's how it went down. That's how all these guys learned about it. That's how these thugs got into it. Anyway, I'm tired of yapping about the same nonsense. It is what it is. I got it. I'm sick to my stomach that these guys are allowed to keep doing this. I can't stop it. But all the traps have been placed. We can't. They've all been snapped. They're all trapped already. Red Christian is here for a reason. Share and tell for a reason. Companies are going to upstream for a reason. Mergers are happening for a reason. They all know, and they're probably on the phone call. They all know what we know. It's all on the tape. The only thing that's changing here is the manipulation, and it's in the 3 names that we follow. Anyway, listen, have a great night, and we'll get them tomorrow. Have a great night.
All right, guys. Did I lose everybody? Oh, there we are. Let me take that off so we can get back to being serious. Well, let's go with the closing. I know that's some call. And I don't know what your takeaways are. I'll listen to some of them and repeat them. I know, Sheck. I blame it on, I'm sure a lot of you are lawyers, but I blame it on just 2 generations of really smart lawyers. And they just win. They're there to win. And my losses are getting smaller. That's the takeaway. Hold whatever you have. Sure, John Mark. I'm sorry I've upset some people. You have until Monday to decide to sell, but today's the only day you can own the darn thing for the dividend. MMTLP 295. Unbelievable. I might just do it. I don't want to, but I'm trying to decide, and I think I'm going to decide now. Yeah, I'm going to do no. Brandy, it's okay, I think. But I'll tell you, let's talk it through. You're not in it for the trade today, although it would have been great. It would have been great. And I was just debating while I was looking down whether I'm going to buy some more, but I'd have to sell GTI or CRTD, and I don't want to sell them, so I'm not going to buy more. But MMTLP at 295, you've got 13 million shares. These are all shorts doing this. And the rumors around, somebody came up, my brain, somebody just said that the shorts are going to be able to keep it at $1 and go into the closing, go into the private company, and just pay everyone off in $1. That's not going to happen. That's just not going to happen. And this is a chance to get into a private company. If you don't sell, you have an entrance into a private company that I think's worth potentially in a trade anywhere from $30 to $100 and some odd dollars. So looking at it today, while everything else is down, is the wrong time to sell. In fact, we've got 2 minutes. I'm not going to buy more, but I was just debating, should I sell and buy? But they're going to try to get it down now, 294, 293. Yeah, CRTD did drop news. Do you mean today? They did it the other day. Peter. Oh, today, the 8th. Is today the 8th? Who's this that was so good to say this? Who was the man with the plan? I want to give credit to somebody. CRTD, Chuma. At 121, announces first ever generative NFT drop. The parent company, CRTD, the parent of OG Gallery, today announced its largest NFT art drop to date. That's pretty exciting. The new generative NFT drop features 1,000 one-of-a-kind images from the OG Gallery, which was established to create new digital and physical art out of rare archival materials from the company's OG collection and form an innovative avenue for NFT and fine art collectors alike. Each NFT can be minted for 0.02 ETH, I guess that's Ethereum, on the OG Gallery site starting December 15th. The collection is available now for preview beginning today. How about that? That's great news. Thank you, Chuma. Hi, David. I agree. I'm just going to read them as they come. I can't. They're coming so quickly. Let me go through the prices right at the close. And this is a horrible, but I think, frankly, I'm not sure it's the last day of selling. I'm not talking about MMTLP. I'm talking about the rest of the stocks. Listening to Ham and hearing that there's $1 million orders sitting there just to crush it from the naked shorts. So MMTLP closed at 290. No, 289.5. Down $4, down almost 60%. I'll talk about that to Brenda. CRTD closed at 69, down 4 cents. LGIQ 2 cents at 37. COSM down 11 cents at 33.73. CGRA down 6 cents at 4. CLNV 0.0386. GTII 0.71. AMC up 0.06613. I don't know why these are on my list. GME up $2.53 at 24.79. Are you out of your mind? What one am I leaving off? I'm leaving off something. It's all right, guys. I should have waited. I bought them yesterday. So I spent my money on MMTLP yesterday. You don't know. It's hard to get it exactly right. So, Brenda, I'm going to give you my wrap up on MMTLP before I listen to any other videos. Somebody, let me see if this bird lady put up a video. And if it's short. If it's not short, I tain't interested. It's short. It's short. I'll play it. If more than 2 or 3 of you say stop that aren't fudsters, I'll stop. But let's see what she's saying.
Hey, it's Mia again. Today's date is December 8th, 2022. It's a Thursday. And I'm wearing my headset like this because this microphone has the dual audio outputs, whereas this does not for some reason, or I don't know how to turn this one on, and it makes editing much faster. Let me preface this video by saying that this is not financial advice, nor is intended to be financial advice. This is for entertainment purposes only, hence I wear a costume.
This is her
Are you not
name.
entertained? You are watching my own personal blog. This is my own journey. You are just listening to one bird's thoughts. Today is the last date if you wish to buy MMTLP. If you are thinking about holding to NextBridge, if you are thinking about holding to NextBridge, today's the last day to buy MMTLP. Some brokerages like JP Morgan don't.
All right, it's already too slow. It's already too slow. Sorry. It's already stuff I've told you. I'm not getting hard on her, but you can listen to that later. It's already is it illegal? Jay Roach. The reason I showed it is I want her to get credit, and you guys can listen to her. She's an acquired taste to me in some ways, because at my advanced age, my hearing, it just is. But on the other hand, I was always a student that didn't mind listening, and I don't mind listening to her, and she has a lot that you can teach. She didn't say much to begin with, except saying that this is the last day you can buy. Well, that's already old news. So, Brenda, let me just show you. Let's go to the tweet. Maybe there's some tweet. No, I don't know what to show, Brenda. Let's go to the tweets. "23 seconds ago. Update from FINRA. Purchases of MMTLP executed after 12/8 will not receive the distribution. No shite Sherlock. Okay, Teresa Lilly, I'll show you her picture. She seems pretty up on it. She says, interesting. FINRA changed wordings from canceled to deleted. I hope it changes the book. I hope to see action tomorrow. Buying the dip. Well, I bought 20 shares just now on the dip to add to my position. Okay, Sean Go. Sean Go says, no, it's not the same, Griffin. All right, I'd rather talk to you, see what you guys are saying, than for me just to blab on. The largest MMT holder now will not begin. I agree. The largest MMT holder won't sell until $500 or $600 or $800. Peter, I bought 33. You're kicking my butt, son. We are most underwater. All right, let me see what the BS is. I'm sorry, PYT. For instance, we heard 19... Yeah, that 1,999% short interest was put out by a group called Fact Check or Fact File. I did it. I have it in here. I don't really want to go get it. And then the thing is, they used as the divisor or the numerator. Pigeon Lady would correct me. They used the float of less than 1 million shares. And it was an inaccurate number. I'm glad you bought 170 shares just before the close. For me to buy more, I would have had to sell CRTD or GTII, and I just didn't want to do it, so I didn't. But I might end up regretting it, because this squeeze could be the most monstrous thing you've ever seen, or you have a private company. And I'm telling you guys, I've raised money for private companies, and we didn't raise it $3,000 or $50 or $5,000 or $500 at a time. And so this is an opportunity. Doesn't mean it's going to work in a private company, but it's an opportunity to come in at the ground level of a private company, and that's where you get the returns. Trading Secrets, is it here now? Okay. All right, I'm Googling it. Trading Secrets. 3 days ago, 10 days ago, 22 hours ago. I don't see a recent one. I know, David Lee, tomorrow, what are we going to do to make it exciting? It's on, I know, I looked on YouTube. Let me see if it'll come up if I just go to pick the wrong week to quit drinking. I know, David. I don't know if you're doing it for the rest of your life, but it gets better. I'm looking for it. I don't see it. Here, maybe this is it. No. So anyway, Brenda, what I think has happened here is MMTLP, they shorted it down. It's the only trick in their book. They wanted people to sell. And it's possible that they shorted, the whole street is shorting everything, because they don't want people to be buying into MMTLP. This could be huge. You know, you've got 165 million shares. Well, no, that's not the relevant one. You've got 80 to 260 million shares. Let's just call it 80 million possible short. And you got the big players saying they're not going to sell until it gets to 800. Let's call it 80 million times 500. You got a big problem coming over the next couple of days by Monday, potentially, with this short. How many shares? 1,700,000 shares have just been sold, I guess. Joshua, 1 year sober. Congratulations. Not that it's anybody's, I mean, I don't mind saying it, but I haven't, will you make much 5 years? make it much easier 5 years from now. You think back and know what you made through, so it'll be easy. Wow, 11/18/2004, half a gallon a day. Wow, David Smith. I haven't, just so, not that anyone's asking, but it's been over, come August, it'll be 4 years since I last had a drink. So, I guess Mary Queen of Arkansas, it's not too early for dreaming. Hey, Brenda. I told you that one. Rodney Dangerfield said, thank you, Tom. Well, what's difficult, I noticed the one thing I noticed the most is when everybody gets together, they drink. At least in DC, everybody drinks. Rodney Dangerfield said, I think I told you this one, but he said, yeah, I joined Alcoholics Anonymous. Oh yeah, I still drink. I just use somebody else's name. It was not short, and last night she was drunk as... Let me see what who KYP's talking about. Wow, Zach, congratulations. Okay, top short squeeze stock.
We are back at it again here with another video with Invest for Tomorrow. To the first time viewers and investors, welcome to the channel. To all subscribers, welcome back. Here we are with
It's just an analysis of a chart. I don't need that. It is too late to buy, but it's not too late for dreaming. Good for you, Brenda. What I'm finding is all the blessings of it. I know I can't take her voice either. I'm not insulting her voice. Yeah, I don't have much of a social life either. Well, what is life but recovery? I was smoking in 15 now, good for it was tough. Wow. Do you find when you're not drinking, you still like people? Sergio. Joshua. So anyway, Brenda, I think it was Brenda, somebody asked me about what happened to MMTLP. It's the price today isn't really relevant, or tomorrow. 16 years. Wow. 34 years. You guys are amazing. I don't know anything about it. I read, a woman wrote a book about her, what's it called? I think it's called Recovery. I read it this past year. That's very good, millennial. Well, she wanted you to do something just so you wouldn't drive her crazy. Yeah, animals are a lot. David, all right, I was trying to answer what I think, just digesting MMTLP today. Now, all of the shares have been purchased that can receive the private stock. Tomorrow, oddly, we just found out, a lot of the buy-in notices went out half an hour ago. Weird. So tomorrow, there might be a renewed interest on brokerage firms to close these out. However, it won't settle in time. But, I can see something here, guys. I can see something. They didn't want the buying to happen today alongside of you all. So they waited to put the DTC notice out to the brokerage houses tonight. We just found out like 30 minutes ago. Now you guys aren't going to have an incentive to buy tomorrow, right? So tomorrow the brokerage firms can buy without retail buying in general. Buying for the dividend, that's gone. So they can start buying tomorrow, but they control the settlement. Not the settlement, sorry. They control because if you sell tomorrow, you're not going to get the distribution. The buyer of your shares tomorrow are going to get the distribution right from you. But it's not going to be normal settlement. But the brokerage houses in the back offices, they can make that happen. So they can make that happen maybe before the 14th or before Monday. They work all weekend. And so they can clean up maybe some of the shorting that way. But they're not going to be able to get it cheap. They're not going to get this stock cheap. I might regret that I didn't buy more. But anyway. They're preparing to pay up. Absolutely. I think the back offices are trying. They have a huge problem here. So Brenda, Queen of Swords, maybe it won't, the rest of these stocks that we're in won't go up until Tuesday. But there's no one around to take advantage. David Hensley, I'm sure they're going to control it tomorrow the best they can because they don't want you all, the rest of retail, coming in to buy. They don't want another AMC or GME. But will it stay at 290? I'm not sure. Because all you need is one brokerage house to say, F this, we're buying in and we want the weekend to sort it. So buy in. So I think the stock's going to be up tomorrow. I think it's going to be up tomorrow. And then Monday could be really dramatic. It could be really dramatic. I'm going to regret that I didn't buy more. But hey, you got what you got. You sold today. Okay, David Lee. Jay Roach. Sorry, I saw David Lee there. Lou has me guessing. Well, in fairness to Lou, the whole market has everybody guessing. In fairness to Lou. I want to know if the CEO has something up his sleeve with COSM. I don't know. iHub is a naked short boiler room. I didn't know that. Oh, Keith, I'm so jealous of that. I am so jealous of that number. I am so jealous. And Basamo, I love it. You have 420. That is awesome. What if that goes? And by the way, guys, put your numbers. You heard that the guys, you heard that the big guys aren't going to sell. All right, Jay says it's done. Okay, let me just read it. Jay Gabbert, MMTLP is done. Sorry you're drinking the Kool-Aid, Bill, in all due respect. Jay might be right. I like 288. I think that's great. When's the press release, Jimmy K? Did it already happen today? On COSM? Well, I think it's not over. It's not, COSM's not over. I mean, Lou could recover. I don't know. KYP, that's in. That's a great trade. And that's because Lou recommended it, I think. Jay, I forgot, JG might be right that and I don't want to bully, MMTLP is done, but I actually can't see how. I just can't see how. I guess if you're talking about trading the next 2 days, you might be right. But for me, I'm willing to own a private company. I might regret. Right now it's $3. Unfortunately, buying in is over. I did a calculation which Jay, you might not agree with, and I'm not trying to bully Susie. I sorry my voice gets all upraised. But the basic calculation I did is, what if a major came in and bought the oil in the ground at $5 a barrel? I came up with $18 billion. I divided it by 165, and I came out with $100 a share. And if they gave stock for that, you're going to get 1 or 2, 1.5 shares of a publicly traded stock for each share of your stock. That's a nice deal. That's a nice deal. And I just don't think it's a bad deal at all. And you're getting into a ground level of a private company. Now, Jay might be right that it's done for the weekend. That's fine. I don't mind. If I can't trade it tomorrow for a profit or Monday for a profit, I'll go into the private company. I know, Millennial. GTII can find gold on Mars and go down. The market does need fixing. I truly don't believe Lou did a pump and dump. I think he was overly optimistic in a very crazy market. Yeah, it's I mean, even if you guys are saying some of the stuff, that's bad, luckily the whole market has become manic, up one day, down the next. So I don't know anything about when Cosmo is going to have the news. I don't know. That's it. They can't be carried over, Keith. And so I admire and I'm jealous. And I hope we're still speaking when you're a multi-millionaire. I hope you don't drive around in a limo and require appointments. Shorts are going to pay. I think it's going to be. I think it's just going to be unbelievable. I did buy 20 shares today, and if you know, frankly, if they hadn't driven down every other stock in the world. What does it mean? What does it mean? COSM is on borrowed time, Keith. You mean trying to see how to interpret that? Oh, on life support. I see. I love you, Ton Lee. I love you. That's right. And yeah, I think it's going to reverse split. And ultimately that might have a positive, but then it's going to be, well, then that's a good thing, Kelvy. I know if it goes to 1,000, Keith is going to be he's going to be rather snobbish when he comes on and speaks with us. He's going to say, well, 10,000 times 1,000. What is that? Is it what I think it is? I'm a little jealous already. Ooh, Keith. Keith is going to be, I know I'm just teasing, but Keith, that's a nice number. I'm not saying, I'm not recommending you hold up to that level, but, and of course you'd get out on the way up. But that's, no, it was, that's right. It's not a company. It was preferred. He's going to be featured on some sort of lifestyles. But I love it. I love it. Yeah, that's good, Keith. Answer KYP. Is MMTLP selling the company? No, David Lee. The way I understand it, Torchlight had its cap table, and part of its cap table was a Series A preferred or whatever. They had trouble. They sold to MMAT, which MMAT is a great company in its own right. MMAT might be a trade over the next couple of days, by the way. Options or whatever. But so that Series A preferred, this is how I understand it, David. Give me some, width to make a mistake. So when in everybody's account, Torchlight was in their accounts, and this Series A preferred, Torchlight merged into MMAT, however it happened, whether it was a acquisition or a merger, I don't remember. So that became MMAT, and sitting in the accounts was this stub with some sort of name. I don't know what it would have been called, but because Torchlight didn't exist anymore, I guess it became the MMAT Series preferred, but it's just sitting there. And it's the assets of the Oro Grande. Well, as I understand the story, the hedge funds were upset that it wouldn't trade, and they wanted to still be able to sell it and play their games. So as I understand it, some group got together, called the exchange, not related to Torchlight, and somehow I think they got a CUSIP, and they got it to trade. And all of a sudden, in people's accounts, what was worth nothing started trading. And a friend of mine told me about it around 1 and then 2 and then 4. I didn't listen. Now, I don't know, David, I don't know the intermediate steps, but then MMAT decided, you know what we're going to do? We're going to distribute this as a dividend. Rather than do anything with MMTLP, that's going to cease to exist. And so the private, whoever had MMTLP, was going to get the private shares of Ora Grande. And this is just going to go away. And I think that was a decision by both MMAT and the Torchlight people, because they're just so upset about the shorting, to try to cause a dramatic squeeze. But no, in the first instance, MMTLP isn't a company. So MMTLP is distributing as a dividend the entire assets into a private company, NextBridge, and then this security goes away. That's about as best I can describe it. If I'm not perfectly clear, it's because maybe I don't understand something. And they can't maintain the short. There's no way to sell it now. And now we're going to find out what happens, guys. We're going to find out. And whoever asked before, should GTII found it? We're going to find out right now if this works. And don't you think other companies will start doing it? 435, I'll go to 5, I guess. How is MMTLP taxed? Well, going into this is tax, it's non-taxable to you. And then going in, if there's an acquisition, let's say I'm sorry to keep using Exxon, but let's say you get 2 shares of Exxon for every 1 share of the private company. That's a tax-free event as well. Well, KYP, if you buy it tomorrow, you're not going to get the distribution. But what you will be able to do is participate in the trading and the excitement, but it goes out of business in 2 days. So I'm not sure it's the best thing to trade. What might be fun to trade, and I'll think about it for tomorrow, is MMAT. And there's options on MMAT. Keith, I'm really impressed. And so I hope you understand, I was just teasing. I know that, I used to tell, now that I'm older, I don't care, but I used to tell people that when you know a man or a woman, it's when they go from being wealthy to having nothing and they don't change. You know the measure of that guy. The other way you know a guy is if he goes from being, basically not having anything to suddenly rich and he doesn't change. You know the measure of that guy too. God, I just don't understand how they can do it. It's all computerized. All right, so KYP, MMAT is 187, $1.87 now in the aftermarkets. Now, MMAT is a good company on its own. It's the parent company. Reportedly, it has a huge short position. I'm not quite sure why these are going to squeeze together, except for one theory. People that, like Keith, who make money on MMTLP might turn around and buy MMAT. So that might be something to play tomorrow morning. Money does change people. So does not having money. Money is the bane of existence. But it does buy nice stuff that you can't take to heaven. You can't take it with you. MMTLP. Let me just see if there's any YouTube updates that might be interesting to play. And I'll see if there's any Twitter too. There's a lot of different YouTube channels on MMTLP, but I find many of them not, for me, it takes too long to get to the point, which you probably say about me. You probably say that about me. Get to the point. Get to the point. Well, it's easy for you to say. You're not sitting here talking to an empty computer. I mean, with nobody. If you guys were here, I'd shut up and listen. But you're not here. So I have to read and read quickly. What's 60's low end? A floor number for MMTLP, wow, MMAT, what money does. I think, okay, you made your decision today, and I made it, unfortunately, I made it, maybe if I weren't here talking, I would have made a different decision. But I decided I didn't want to sell any GTII to buy MMTLP. So, but to me, it's very attractive. But I already have some. So that decision's made. You already know that you can no longer buy the stock and get the private company. That's gone. Tomorrow, your decision is, do I want to buy it to trade it? That's all that your decision is tomorrow, is to buy it to trade it. On the buy side, is to buy it to trade it. Now, I think it's really risky because if you overpay, there is a scenario where the shorts just keep it crushed Friday and Monday. On the other hand, the reward is extremely high. If a squeeze comes into play, those shares could go just skyward. Now, maybe the buy button's taken away. I don't know. Okay, that's on the buy decision tomorrow. Tomorrow, you'll also have a sell decision, which is what you're asking me. And the sell decision will be, should I get out at 40? Should I get out at 50? Should I get out at 10,000? I made that one up. I have 3 answers to that question tomorrow. One is, you don't have to do anything tomorrow. You can wait till Monday. That's one answer. 2 is, if it has some sort of run, but it doesn't run to the moon, maybe what you do is you sell enough to take your original money off the table. Let's say your average price, I'll use Keith as an example. Let's say and I don't know what he paid actually, now that I'm thinking of it, but let's say he has 10,000 shares at $3. That's a lot. That's a lot of arithmetic. I guess that's 300 grand. So if is it 10,000 times $3? No, it's 30,000. God, I'm so tired. You can see why. You can see why I'm not married. Yeah, it's 30,000. Okay, so if the stock tomorrow were to go, let's say, to $30, I would say that Keith has a choice of saying, okay, I'll sell 1,000 shares at 30 or 35. I'll take my original investment off the table, and I'll just go into the private company with 9,000 shares. That's one aspect. The third choice you have is, you know what? I'm just going to sell it at high numbers. I don't mind if I take the whole thing into the private company. The only way I sell today is if it goes to 100. You pick that. So that's your choices tomorrow. If you buy, you're buying a 2-day option that's going to expire at midnight, at close of business Monday. And you can trade it. you know, people do, it's cheap enough. If you sell, if you decide to sell, I personally would not sell it cheaply, because why not? Why not just let it go into the private company and see what happens? If there's movement to the upside tomorrow, maybe you take your money off the table. And if there's explosive movement up, there's no reason to wait until the private company. But that's your own decision, because you can buy shares of Exxon yourself once you're rich. Wow. David Lee is right. You bought at 290. And by the way, David, you did say that. I remember. How do you keep track? That your brokerage firm will keep track for a while. It'll be an entry in the account. But nowadays they don't. They used to custodial. I used to keep my private shares there. Odds are at some point, if it goes on too long, they'll send it to you. But my gut instinct is they've already got a deal, or they're close to a deal. So it's likely, if it's with a public company, the problem will solve itself for you, and you may end up with public shares in another company. That's all speculation on my part. Well, Stony Bones, that's right. You can trash talk it and the recommendation. I don't mind that. But it is the premise, which I said earlier in the week and last week, it's a finite amount of time. It's a risk reward. It's one and done, really. It's, you know, if it happens, great. If it doesn't, well, onward and upward. Yeah, what do you mean in play? Is GTII still in play? Chuck Donnell, it goes to 4 and you're gone. All right. I think yeah, okay. In play. I don't know what you mean by in play. In play used to mean that there's a buyout going on. I don't think GTII is being bought out, but right now, anyway. But I do think that GTI's story, if you listened to him just half an hour ago, and if not, you can rewind this, GTII very much is still, it's a better company than it was before you bought it at $4. And the shorts are as trapped as they ever were. Nothing has changed except criminality on a grand larceny scale. I think GTII will look. I don't even know if MMTLP is going to squeeze for sure, and that's why the backstop is your downside is you go into a private company that I think is going to be worth 10, maybe 8 or 10x, 12x from this price at a minimum. So, but yes, I think GTII can have a huge. We don't know how you're going to cash in, but and now I'm talking to you. Now I'm going to kick myself. I didn't sell and buy. I know I got to go. I got to go take for a walk. I'll go till 5 o'clock. But I'll give you the most likely, Jay. This is the most likely. The most likely way out is that come Wednesday, you're going to get all sorts of congratulations. It's done finally. And then you're going to hear maybe in a week. I'm speculating, but maybe you hear about a deal that they've already got in place. And maybe that deal gets done in 30 days or 45 days. And maybe that deal is with a public company. And maybe that is with a 1-for-1 stock exchange or 2-for-2. And then you can sell your shares. Garrick, on GTII, yes. As Ham said today, you're going to see something you've never seen before when GTII squeezes. And you've got a dedicated team all around trying to make GTII go. I don't mind hearing sell prices or hearing that I've got a gambling addiction problem. The only thing I hate is when somebody comes in to cause. The whole reason I started doing videos is I wanted people in, and I didn't even know any of you guys. I wanted the strategy of creating fear, uncertainty, and doubt to not work on preying on people that didn't know better. And my whole goal was just so that some sort of education. Don't be fudded out of a trade. Don't be fudded away from buying in. And in the case of GTII, my whole goal, other than standing with him, was to make sure that people stayed in until there was the breakout, and then it was all on them. Unfortunately, it looks like that run to 8 or 9 was the time to get out in the short run. I couldn't have predicted that. That's right, McUltra, and I didn't. There are gambling meetings available. Okay, I'll go. I shouldn't laugh. If someone's pointed it out to me, I should go. Wow, good for you, Counselor Murray. Good for you. That's amazing. You keep bringing it down. And Counselor Murray, do you see how your cost average is going down? No short wants that happening. Look at it the other way from the short's standpoint. His in the case of GTII, because he sold so many shares down in the pennies and 10 cents and 20 cents, and that, yes, he's now been able to sell some downward. So maybe his average price is his what do you want to call it? His inflection point, instead of 60 cents, it's now 80 cents. So maybe he's seeing a little bit of green there, maybe. But he's had all these costs of carry. But the thing I want to point out is he's had to sell more shares. So while you've improved your position, he's made his position worse. If and when the stock starts going up again, he is going to have so many short shares that he's going to gag on them. He's going to gag on them. I did not eat today. KYP. What's the question? What's the promise? KYP, are you saying that he has to? Oh, you're being sarcastic. See, maybe that's my low-grade bullying, or it could be my, what's that word a girlfriend told me 30 years ago? When you passive aggressive. Maybe that's what Susan meant. Passive aggressive. I don't know the answer of Robinhood to Fidelity. I would guess you can do it with MLTB is going to go to 500. Cosmo is going to go to 5 mil. And if Cosmo goes to 5 mil, I'm going to dump at 4.5 million. All right, you got 6 more minutes of me, and then I'm getting out of here. Does the broker, if it goes to... No, the broker doesn't at all, but Tom McCartney, the rumor went around today, and I'm, you know, maybe it's you know, maybe it's, the rumor went around today. I look scary. The rumor went around today that the brokers are going to be able to get out of this by just, you know, settling up with a DTCC for $1 or something. I don't think so, but you know, they have a strategy. What really came over the last few days into my head is that the private company has value. So personally, I'm willing to go into that. But the brokerage firms in the past have had the strategy of just settling up for cash, and the shorts just settling up for cash. But Berta and the rest have made it clear they're not going to let that happen. Call options are great. 400 is awesome, but it's very dark. But, you know, obviously there's risk to call options. Yeah, but KYP, if you buy shares of MMTLP tomorrow, it's like buying a 2-day call option. That's all it is. I should have bought more. I'm having that feeling too. But you just be happy with what you have. And if it goes to the high numbers, this is about making money. You then have a choice of where you can put it. MMTLP is going to not exist come I want to say this accurately. I believe it's at midnight plus 1 minute on the 12th. It doesn't exist anymore. It's just gone. And on the 14th, they distribute the shares of NextBridge. And I think it's going to be all holy melee if the shorts haven't covered and they walk into the room to MMAT and the largest shareholders sitting there and they say, you know, we'd like to make a deal with you. I think it's going to turn into a fracas. Tell us a ghost story. Hey, Cam Nugent. It's stressful. Just ignore. I think dilution comes. Halloween passed. But I think we'll know more in the morning. You can sell your MMTLP at a loss or at a profit tomorrow or on Monday. You can reduce the size of your position tomorrow or Monday if it runs up a bit. And if it skyrockets, obviously you can take your profits. Otherwise, I'm happy James Deaning it. I'm happy just holding it, playing chicken with it and going into I'm losing it, guys. I can't even finish the sentence without losing my train of thought. So 2 more minutes. I'll see what anybody says. And if you want me to, I've got about 45 minutes I can discuss upstream in a non-bullying way. in a non-bullying way. She got me there, I think. I was bullying on the upstream. And other times too, other times. With Eric Everett, I was. With a couple other people. A good guy who texts me sometimes on my phone. I was hard on him. So she has me there. I do need to get some food. My dog needs a walk. And okay, all right. A lot of stresses going around. Fake Kramer. I did get upset. I did get upset with the fake Kurt Kramer, but you should have seen the things he was sending me up here. So I think Susan was being polite calling it low-level bullying. I think it probably would qualify. I don't have the vocabulary along those lines, but I think it would have qualified as bullying on my part. So anyway. What did he say? He said, oh, that's the joke. That's the Steve Martin joke, but it's got a bit of a dirty connotation, so I'll leave it alone. Peace, everybody. Well, I wish, nothing would make me happier if Lou can come back and everybody's happy with him, because COSM, next week went to the moon. That'd be great. But in the meantime, I think by tolerating me and some of you participating in MMTLP, it at least takes our mind off the carnage in a couple of these other stocks, and it at least gives us the hope. It's not the despair, Laura. I can deal with the despair. It's the hope. It gives us the hope that maybe there's a bit of a trade, and we can come back to GTII. In the case of MMTLP, it has this unique thing where the downside is upside maybe 6 months from now or maybe a year from now, but 10 or 20x from here. I paid more, so my X isn't going to be. My X's are all going to be somewhere else. All right. Well, when I was on a Rocky, I was on a Zoom call with some people, and I hadn't eaten all day. It was 6:30, and I forget what I ate. I was at a restaurant, and there wasn't. I didn't want pizza, so I had something. I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was French fries or something. I don't know, but I ate. And this one guy made so much fun of me, it disrupted the whole thing. So I try not to eat online. I would love it to run. It would be great. Yeah, I'm going to go. All right, it's 5:03. So I know Alicia's gone, but I'll give her that for a good night. And I'll tell all of you guys, thank you very much. Thanks to David. And, tomorrow is a new day. As Rose Kennedy said, tomorrow the birds shall sing. So, yeah, go have supper. Good night, everybody. Thanks a lot. And we'll see how it plays out. Okay. Good. Thanks, everybody. Peace, love, and happiness. And let's make some money. Let's make some money. Hardhead. Hardhead. Better than hothead. Hardhead. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. I don't know if that's there. I wouldn't mind hearing that if it's there. He's so funny. All right, I'll do
That's
this.
tomorrow, and that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that.
No, there is. We are going to do Sting, yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I can't read it. There's no words on it.
Okay. Ready? Sure.
There's no words there. To play us out. What does that mean? To play us out.
Sting is going to do, it's a video, Sting video.
What is
For credits.
I don't know what that means, to play us out. What does that mean? To end the show?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, go.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a... I can't do it.
Okay.
We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter.
There it is. We are going to do Sting, yeah.
There's no words there. To play us out. What does that mean, to play us out? To end the show?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, go.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today, and we'll leave you with a... I can't do it. We'll do it live. We'll do it live! Fuck it! Do it live! I'll write it, and we'll do it live! Fucking thing sucks!
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Stewie Griffin. Thanks for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
All right. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it on that note. Yeah, I wouldn't overpay for MMAT, but let's talk about that tomorrow. I gotta go walk the dog and, deal with life. So, ciao bella. Thanks.